As technology evolves, so does society.
We are going to change life itself. We are going to create new kinds of life forms. We are going to change something that was never changed in history before, which is our own bodies and minds.
The way we work is changing.
The older generation did see work more as a transactional phenomenon. So you went to work for the salary, the paycheck, and then you had life outside. So there was this work-life distinction. Whereas the millennials seem to think more in terms of work-life continuum. And thus, work also needs to be a pleasant place to be.
They are not just come here to work. They come here to network. They come here to really refresh. They come here to learn about new things.
You, my friend, have gone from analog to digital.
I really believe there's huge potential for this. So now I'm ready for the future.
And businesses must innovate to keep up with the changing ways we consume.
They are no longer passive consumers, they are really engaging in a dialogue. This consumer has so many options, and it's so easy for them to move from a dialogue with you to a dialogue with your competitor. So just grabbing their attention and getting the opportunity to interact with them is actually pretty easy, but it's an ongoing thing. You constantly have to reinvent yourself.
99% of what they do in banking would be all electronic. With banking becoming an experience and you can't really differentiate anymore on the product, you're going to have to make it an experience, which is why we're putting a lot of effort into redesigning banking for Generation Z.
But as the fourth industrial revolution approaches, workers prepare for disruption.
Once you can have artificial intelligence with the same general powerful learning abilities that human infant has, that then AI is no longer really a complement to human labor, but a substitute. The very need for human labor is no longer obvious.
If you're substituting AI, well, how do you compensate workers, in a sense, for the loss of their jobs? And you have to think about the kind of universal income system you might need or other systems.
And questions are raised about the future of humanity.
You can amass enough data on a particular person to really hack that person, to understand my feelings, my desires, my thoughts better than I understand myself. And then to be able not just to predict my choices and decisions, but also to manipulate.
Welcome back, everybody. Good to see you once again here at CNBC's East Tech West. Sorry for disrupting your lunch. Indeed, we are all about disruption here at the conference. And we're going to move on to disruption now in the auto sector from a slightly different angle from what we've already covered. So WM Motor is an electric vehicle emerging technology and mobility solutions provider. It was founded only 3 years ago, so it really is only a startup, and it was founded by the gentleman who is walking onto the stage right now, Freeman Shen. And Freeman knows a few things about the auto industry because he used to be a director with both Fiat Chrysler and also Geely. But I believe that WM is different because Freeman says that WM's success is the fact that they have been trying to focus on a previously underserved sector of the electric car market. What sector is that? I'm going to hand it over now to Eunice to try to find out. Eunice, take it away.
Thank you, Mandy.
So, Freeman, thanks for joining us here. I'm really curious because you are a young company, right?
Very young, yeah.
2015. And so 2015, that is a very young company in an incredibly crowded field. So why actually enter the field? I mean, why decide to go in? I mean, do people think you're crazy?
Oh, yeah. You know, I found the company early 2015. Simply, people always ask me why, and are you crazy? Yes, when I talk to my friends in Europe or my friends in US, they say, yeah, you are crazy looking at Europe. And nobody can found a company and survive, right? US, only one survived, Tesla. Nobody survived. Why you want to do that? My simple answer is I got bored. Because after working for American 500, Fortune 500 company, work for a European Global 500 company, and help a Chinese company become a Global 500. I think the only solution for myself probably it's founding a company in a total different area. Looks crowded, but since the technology requirement on the smart intelligent vehicle is so intense, it's a very tough area.
So that's kind of a big bet for somebody who's just bored. So why EV, and what would make you different compared to all the other EV companies that are out there?
Yes and no. You know, I travel globally. I live in many cities in different countries. You know, mobility is always an issue with people, right? Because as a human being, you don't want to stay one location, you want to move around. And then, but if you look in the major cities globally, they always had the issue of the emission, the efficiency, the safety, the user's experience on the mobility. It's actually pretty bad. And China, there's a new generation, always hungry for a new solution for that. A zero emission electric vehicle. It's intelligent vehicles. The ownership is not that important. The accessibility is more important. So when I need something, there's something ready for me. So I think, why don't I just start a company to doing that? You still need some traditional car companies' experience, but on the other hand, the innovative capability is more important than just building an engine car. I think that's the reason I started the brand Motors.
So WM stands for Weltmeister.
Exactly.
Right? So tell us a little bit more about this, because in German, that would be, okay, my pronunciation is not so great, but in German, that would mean world champion. So why, presumably then, do you have global ambitions?
Oh yeah, definitely. You know, I have a small team in Germany helping us already. That was late 2014 when I'm traveling. I'm thinking to start my own companies. And then, you know, when you're talking about automotive, when you're talking about Germany, people are always thinking they're building the best car. To me, this is a mechanical car. It is ICE, internal combustion engine car. We don't want to do that anymore. I think the German will always be the champion, depending on how you're looking at that.
I'm sure they'll be very happy to hear you say that.
Yeah, and then I think I want to make a statement to the German competitions, for intelligent, pure electric vehicles. I want to become a world championship. And then making a statement with the language, with the current championship, I think make a lot of sense. And then our team has been inspired by that since early 2015.
So you mentioned competition with Germany, but I wanted to ask you a little bit about competition with an American company, Tesla.
Sure.
Yesterday we saw that their sales numbers were down by 70% last month from a year ago. What does that tell you? Does it say, is that something about Tesla, or does that tell you something larger about the market?
Oh, no, it's a misleading information because in China, the sales number, it's always kind of a mystery because you have a few channels. The first one, there's an organization called the Chinese Passenger Car Association. They basically send a questionnaire to all the car makers, ask them to report at free will. You can report 0, you can report any number you want. And then the second channel would be the register license. That number has been stopped reporting from the government 4 or 5 years ago, so you never can get that number. The third number is the insurance company's number. That one is much more accurate, but there's a big delay on that. Probably after 2 months, you will get a number for 2 months ago. The number yesterday, I aware that Tesla's number is from the first channel, the Chinese Passenger Association. I don't know the number, if correct or not, but I had a doubt on that number because as a person has been working in the Chinese auto industry for many years, we know the number in that channel, the Chinese Passenger Car Association, not always accurate. So I will suggest people probably should not comment based on that numbers.
So then you think that Tesla's business is okay? They've been cutting prices with the X and the S.
It's fine. It's fine. Obviously, they got a lot of challenges for WM Motors because we start deliver already late September. But I think they're going well.
Well, I wanted to ask you more about U.S. policy because we also heard overnight President Trump highly critical of General Motors. And part of that is because of their expansion plans in China and their plans to continue to build electric cars. Can you educate us a little bit on whether or not foreign car makers or domestic car makers really have much of a choice when it comes to building out electric cars, given the national agenda here?
You have many choices. You don't need to building everything in China. But on the other hand, from a GM perspective, I have a lot of discussion with some of my colleagues, ex-colleagues. China is the largest market for GM. It's the most profitable market for GM. So expanding in the most profitable market, it's just a natural decision. I don't think it's a lot of political influence on that kind of decision. On the other hand, the Chinese government has been pushing very hard on the electric vehicle, which really makes sense in this country. This country relies on a lot of import oils. If you're looking at the efficiency of the traffic, if you're looking at the emissions, if you're looking at the safety, definitely you need a lot of smart city, connect car, pure electric vehicles, and then helping all these problems. So in that sense, they are not only just pushing the American company, they're pushing everyone. I mean, as a local Chinese company, we got a lot of encouragement from the Chinese government also to do a pure electric vehicle, which we are doing.
So with you, with WM, as well as other startups in the EV space, how do you guys fit into this overarching plan for smart cities? Oh,
this is a very good question, because a lot of people are talking about smart city, and obviously smart transportation is a very important part of that. But if you look in the details, most of people are talking about the infrastructure, the software part of that. I think they're missing the most important part is the vehicle itself. The vehicle need to be engineered, designed from day one, good for smart city connected, meaning not only the software, but the hardware. And then people always talking about the information technology, communication technology, sensing technology, controls, and cloud-based computing, which is all important, I agree. But on the other hand, if you're using a very old ICE, old platform, it doesn't matter how you change the top hat, the body to make it nice. It's not just fitting these smart cities. The whole thing, I would always talking about V to X. A lot of people talking about X, the infrastructure kind of thing, but don't forget V. And we are trying to do the V part of the smart city.
Well, so if all these predictions are correct, and you have all these various technologies taking place, and then how is it that like with the cars, I just think that a lot of traditional car makers are kind of concerned about what's happening, because presumably then that would mean that if everyone's sharing cars, you wouldn't necessarily need that many cars on the road. Isn't that bad for you?
That's exactly right. I think that's good for me, because I'm very excited, because day one, when I'm engineering my car, I think we encourage people not only buy our car, but also share our car. And then you can buy a car, share with your friends, or you don't need to buy WM Motors, and you can use our app to get WM Motors services. What really worries is the traditional car company, because if you're looking their KPI, if they're looking their performance measurement systems, not only to the dealer, but also internally, it's always the sales volumes. So if you're selling 5 million cars, suddenly it becomes 3 million, they're very worried, right? For me, I'm starting from 0. So 1 million, it's great to me. 2 million, even better. But I'm not too worried that because the new generation willing to sharing the car, to get the sharing service, they're not interested in the ownership. They're probably more interested in accessibility. And I'm not too worried about that.
So given your experience around the world, and obviously here in China, do you see any examples of smart cities where you think, that really works, or where that doesn't really work?
Yes, in China, there's a lot of people doing that. But unfortunately, most of them are thinking it's a real estate developing project, which is totally wrong. I think there's a few very good examples. For example, in the Shanghai Jiading, there's Shanghai Auto City. They basically put in a lot of infrastructure there already for autonomy drive, smart city. It's still a relatively small area, but it is a very good step. We have a facility in Wenzhou. Luckily, it's on the island. And then we are working with the government to build the island become a smart city. Since simply it is an island, it's much easier to put infrastructure there and make sure all the vehicles in the future on the island would be all the smart electric vehicles.
So, like I said before, there's a lot of competition in this field. How do you make sure you're one of the companies that is left standing? Because I'm thinking, again, going back to Tesla, they've just announced a factory in Shanghai. They have big plans for this country.
Yes, I think Tesla coming to China is a really good thing, because they have a very nice brand, and a lot of people was watching our industry. On the other hand, this smart electric vehicle market looks very crowded. But if you're really in that sector, you will figure out it's not, because a lot of people claim they're doing the electric vehicles. A lot of them actually working on the bus, working on the logistic trucks, working on the commercial vehicles. But we are only focused on the passenger car. On the other hand, in the passenger car, we are one of the very few companies not only talking, but also start deliver vehicles. In our industry, the high tech need to be used in the product and start delivered to the user, not just on the papers, not just on the PPT. I think if you only focus on the papers, if you only focus on few prototypes, it's very difficult to survive. It's just as simple as that.
So what are you doing to make sure that you are one of the ones that are going to survive?
Yeah, again, we combine a very strong team. We are focused on the software, hardware, technology. My team has been working together for many years already. The car we are building, we put a lot of software there. For example, the controls for the batteries, the controls for the interaction with the passenger and the drivers. You can interact with the vehicle from outside the vehicle, inside the vehicle with the logo. When you park the car, when you drive the car, and then the auto parking systems. We're basically looking through the whole vehicle by hardware system. We identify about 13 of them can be driven by a software system we call a living software engine. which is very unusual. Because if you're looking, most of the car companies still consider car it's hardware only. We think if not more important, at least as important in the software as the hardwares.
So when you're talking, you're looking at very long time frames. You also have world for the global champion already built into your name. So again, I wanted to go back to President Trump's policies, because one of the plans of the Trump administration is to block high-tech exports, and that includes EV. It's not happening now. The Chinese are not actually exporting EVs at this moment, but is this something that you are worried about?
Not really, because in our industry it's very important, because car is a big thing, right? You never had a successful case you're shipping cars around the world. You always need to be there, right? If one day, we have a small team US today, but mostly for Chinese product, but someday we'll go to US, obviously, and then we're going to build the R&D center there, we're going to build a factory there, we're not going to export the Chinese big product into US. In my career, I've done this already, the only successful case to build a China-built car into US market before. So I think the US administration's concerning probably not had a very big impact, on us, with or without this kind of ban. We will, if we one day we go to US, we'll build a lot of things in US locally, because it just doesn't make sense to shipping a China-made car or Europe-made car into US. It's not a successful business case anyway. Well,
I'm sure that's something that President Trump and the whole administration would be very happy to hear. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Eunice.
Thank you very much to Freeman and to Eunice. So my ears really pricked up when, Eunice, you were asking the question about how alongside the EV movement is also the movement to go car-free completely, because there are so many options now. You can catch an Uber, you can catch a Didi, you can share a car. So I moved to the city 6 months ago. I sold my car, and now I use a GoGet. So that's a car-sharing company in Australia. I share it with about 30 other people. So you might say, well, that's great, and it's certainly, again, very good for the environment and very efficient, because I don't even need to have a car space. It's not so good when you get into the car and someone's vomited on the back seat, which occasionally happens.
That would be a downer.
Because you can't always control how other people will treat that car. But nonetheless, these are teething pains. You say that you see this car-free movement as an opportunity.
Yep.
Is that maybe being a bit too optimistic, though? That's the first question. And secondly, are there maybe some, since you've come from the traditional car world, are there maybe some traditional car companies out there that are not adapting to this fast enough and will not be able to survive?
Yes, I think the car sharing, the trend of car sharing will happen much quicker in China, because in the Chinese environment, the people we're not really enjoying driving our vehicles, because we don't have their culture, right? Our parents never drive a car. So it's easier just switch to somebody drive for you, or just drive not for fun, right? Just for the mobility purpose. On the other hand, I think what you're concerning is exactly what we're doing. Every day today, even globally, if you have a car sharing service, 100% of those cars was not engineering and designed for car sharing purpose. It's just they design engineering the car for the people daily driving purpose. Suddenly, for some reason, as far as I know, in China, a lot of people was, because they're not selling their car, that particular model, not very well, they put it into the car sharing service. So the car itself was not engineering for the ride-hailing purpose. We are day one consider already the safety. For example, in China, as you know, in the last few months, people are debating if you get ride-hailing service is not safe, because their car is not engineered for that purpose. If the car from day one is engineered for a car for a ride-hailing purpose, it's not an issue at all. You can be very safe sitting in the back, and then you can have a very nice user experience on the back, and then a lot of your concern will go away as long as the car was designed engineering day one for that purpose. And sorry, your second question? The
second question is, are there any traditional car makers out there? If you don't feel comfortable naming them, but
yeah, of course.
Yes or no, do you think some might be not here in the future?
Believe me, almost everyone, our investor and every almost Chinese media ask me the same questions. I think I have a very good position to answer that because I've been working for the traditional car industry for almost 20 years.
Yes.
And then in our team, we have about 30% of software guys, purely from high tech without any car industry background. We have about 70 people. 70% of our people came from the traditional car company. The reason why I want to start my own company, I said, is get bored, which is exactly right. Be part of the big organizations in the traditional car company. It's almost impossible to push in a direction to kill themselves by get rid of the engine and then get rid of the sales mindset there, because you have to calculate how many cars you sell every day and every month, every year. So the direction you're driven is selling more cars, not trying to make the user experience for better sharing experience. And then on the other hand, it's very interesting. If you're looking the whole human resources talent structure in the traditional car company, when you become a vice president or even CEO as a global organization, you always become very old. Unfortunately, and I was lucky enough to become a vice president in my earlier 40s, and then I still have a lot of experience, but I don't worry about my job and my future. I want to do something differently. I think that gives me a lot of opportunity to just jump out of the big organization and start something brand new, and then be part of the organization. The CEO, CFO probably already think about that, and the middle level people will say yes. The CEO saying that. And then if you look in the normal engineers, they still spend a lot of resources on engine, still a lot of resources on deliver more cars, selling more cars, not the user experience.
Mm-hmm. So you were doing exactly what our gentleman from Sequoia, China, was saying to do, and that is to be daring and to be adventurous.
Yeah.
You went and you did it.
Exactly. I have nothing to lose, right?
You were daring and you were adventurous, and we wished you the best of luck. Thank you very much for joining us today. Freeman Shen and Eunice, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mary.
Thank you. So now we go over to the future of education. So how would you like for your children to be able to sit in their living room and to be able to have access online to the world's very best teachers? Well, there is a company, VIPKid, it's a China unicorn, that is doing just that. It's allowing your children ages 4 to 12 to be able to access an immersive online English learning environment. How are they doing this? Let's talk more about this. We have now Cindy Me, founder and CEO of VIPKid, and your host of this segment is going to be Everett. Over to you. Hello.
Thank you. Hi, thank you, Mandy. Thank you. So, Cindy, thank you for joining me. For many in the audience know your company, VIPKid. They'll know it's an education technology company that has been valued by investors at several $billion. But it's so much more than just a tech play. Can you tell us a little bit about what VIPKid does?
Yes. So VIPKid connects 4 to 15-year-old Chinese students who wants to learn English after school at the comfort of their homes to teachers in North America, in the United States and Canada, so that teachers can teach the students live streaming, real time, one-on-one in the comfort of their own home as well. But they would then learn together through this iPad or a computer. So this is a connection between students and teachers never happened before in human history, but it's creating such a great learning efficacy for our students because they're so engaged with their big friends and they're looking forward to have the classes every day. So we were founded 2013, and by now we have 500,000 students and over 60,000 teachers that works with us on a weekly basis.
So that's a business model that is really sort of global from the outset. It is connecting people between China and the US, and I understand you're expanding to other countries. You have expanded to other countries, but primarily you're looking at China and the United States. And it's a business model that depends on people trusting each other and people wanting to learn from each other. To what extent does the state of US-China relations affect that business model?
Well, we want a constructive and positive environment in our world of learning. And I know there are a lot of parents, and if you have a little kid, when you think about him or her growing up, becoming a global citizen, how do they know about each side of the Pacific Ocean and then get to understand the other culture. Let me give you some example on this. We're so proud of our teacher community that we have 60,000 of them, and in Texas, we have over 7,000 teachers. So we were in this teacher conference. It's called Journeys. Teachers initiated, and they organized the conference themselves August this year. And the former First Lady, Laura Bush, joined the conference. And then 400 teachers got together. Everyone just shared their passion about teaching children in China. And teachers told me, they said, oh, my student, Jenny, she is my other daughter in China. And some teachers even share their story of their visiting China on their own expense. And then they said, I walk around my neighborhood and tell my neighbors, and I said, Chinese people are amazing. Kids are so smart. Parents really respect me. You know, one time our teacher had her birthday, and then on the other side of the screen, it's a whole family. Not just a kid, but Kendall, like grandparents, parents, and then they almost bow to the teachers because we respect the teachers so much in China, and they really respect and appreciate everything the teacher has done for them.
So it is really creating people an opportunity to see each other, learn from each other.
And to understand each other from when the child is so little, and the teachers then tell all their neighbors and students in their K-12 schools how amazing China is. I think when we talked just now, you said you were connecting the both countries, and then it's critical to the future of the world, and by education, we're doing the same thing.
And a lot of your teachers are not just in major U.S. urban centers where they may run into Chinese people periodically. They're from all parts of America, including rural America.
Yes, we had another teacher conference in Florida last month, in September. The city, Orlando, named 29th September VIPKid Day. And one of our teachers from Tampa, from a little city, and then she said to me, she said, no, without VIPKid, I can't have this extra income to support the house mortgage and then buy a car. So with VIPKid, my life is significantly different, and we're really grateful that we have such an amazing group of teachers to work with us.
So you mentioned you have 60,000 teachers?
Yes.
How many students do you have?
500,000 students.
And that is all within China?
So mostly are in China. We also have some Korean, Japanese students. So what we're really working on to build is a high-quality education program on the cloud. It's a future cloud-based school where all the students from everywhere can learn from all the teachers. We also have a Mandarin learning program called LingoBus. So we're enabling Mandarin learners when they're 4 to 15 years old out of the country to learn Mandarin in an also immersive way with a Chinese teacher. So we're doing this vice versa.
I'm sure you have all kinds of package deals, so it's hard to ask, but what is the pricing structure like? Is this something that only the wealthiest can afford, or is this very accessible to the average Chinese family?
It is accessible to the average Chinese family. People pay about over 10,000 RMB per year to learn with VIPKid. And compared to this one-on-one model, they're paying this for the small classes if they're learning offline. So the benefits for the students are very tremendous because then they can have a teacher out of the 60,000 teachers that is the most appropriate for the child, that can really create this curiosity of learning, and we match it with technology so students can really get the best teacher because due to their personality preferences or the learning style or the other parents' comment based on the teacher, and then they pay way less.
How about on the other side of the equation? How much are teachers making in a month, in a year?
Right, teachers make about $20 per hour. It is 30 to 40% more than they would make offline tutoring on average on the payscale.com on one of the U.S. Payment website. So teachers really love this because they have the independence and flexibility. Many of our teachers are stay-home moms or previous or current K-12 teachers, and if you read an article just a couple of months ago talking about teachers in the United States, the headline writes, I'm a teacher in America and I work 3 jobs and I sell blood twice every month to make ends meet, because everyone wants to make a good income and then pay for the family. But if you're a stay-home mom, there's a little chance you can have a part-time job or a like teaching opportunity as an independent contractor like this. But VIPKid really opens the world for the teachers so that they can choose to stay home with their babies during the day, but choose to work from 4 a.m. to 8 a.m. in the morning and then make the good income for the family.
So we've talked about what VIPKid can do, but the proof is in the results. What does your retention rate look like? Are students, are teachers sticking with the program course after course?
So for our student side, we have a very high retention rate. Our parents choose to stay with us, and not only that, they refer our program to other parents. So out of the new students we get every month, over 65% are from existing parents' referrals. They talk about their students' learning experience on WeChat, and they share about it, and then other parents would sign up. So it really very helpful for retaining everyone. And then on our teacher side, teachers really enjoy working with us, and every month there are even 35 to 45 teacher meetups across the country, and teachers stay because they make a good income, and also they have this independence and flexibility teaching, and they feel this is a great community that we work together.
So it's fair to say that both your student pool and your teacher pool are growing at a strong rate.
Very strong rate. If you think about 2014, there's hardly education technology, edtech, and 2015 in March, we only have 20 teachers and 200 students. Wow. And after 3 years and a half, this is where we are. And I think it shows a very strong demand from the parent side wanting a global education.
But where are the constraints? You know, where are the constraints on the demand on the student, the parent side? How many people will want to do it? Where are the constraints on the supply side? Are you going to run out of teachers?
I think, no, we're not going to run out of teachers. There are about 4 million K-12 teachers in the US, and many more that are retired or K-12 or English language teachers. The demand side is like sky's the limit too. There's so many children who want the program. I think the limit is, as a platform, how can we maintain the highest quality possible where we're undergoing this rapid growth? How can we stay focused on quality, learning efficacy, while we're working with so many teachers and so many students?
So you're focused on efficacy, you're focused on your community, but on the tech side, you have obviously a very functional video conferencing system. What's next? Are you working on other technologies? I heard something about looking at augmented reality and virtual reality.
Yes. So it's amazing thing about online education is this little iPad is a student's online classroom. So many technology can be implemented in there to increase their engagement and their learning efficiency. So for example, for the matching technology, we have how can we match the 500,000 students to 60,000 teachers in the most appropriate way, recommendation, all the tagging and everything. And then for a argument like you just mentioned, if the students want to talk about a dinosaur, instead of a plain picture, we work with content providers like National Geographic Learning, and then they have all these vivid, visceral things we can turn into like a lively dinosaur that can almost interact with the students, so she feels so engaged and surprised. And also we have this virtual sticker for the classrooms. Teachers can turn herself into a princess or a hero, a superhero, and then the students are so enjoying the class. And then for virtual reality, we have the museum tours where all these our teachers make videos to show the students what their hometown look like, and we're implementing some of the VR as well to show like a virtual tour as well. So there are so many technology we can use, but only to enhance students' learning efficacy.
It's really interesting, a lot of the things you just mentioned, because it is not just a rote memorizing vocabulary. It seems like you're really aiming for an entire sort of cultural education. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that's very accurate. We believe that as a 21st century global citizen is where we want our children to be. So we're teaching them not only the language of English, grammar, vocabulary, but also reading, writing, math, social studies, science, and it's all blended into the content of learning. So this year along, we partnered with Houghton Mifflin Harcourt, Oxford University Press, Scholastic, and we even introduced Harry Potter to our reading program, our reading library. Students really enjoy reading this. And then we also partnered with SSAT to provide an online solution for our students' learning as well.
Thus far, a lot of your income, a lot of what you're doing depends on people wanting to learn English. I know you have LingoBus, the Mandarin language. Are you seeing an increasing interest in people want to learning English, decreasing interest? Where do you project that going forward?
I think we see an increasing interest in students learning English. The parents today, I want to understand who in the audience has children, if you don't mind raising your hand. Oh, wonderful. Well, I'm sure many of your children have learned a second language. If you're in China, English probably is #1 option. In the US, hopefully, Mandarin becoming the #1 option. I think the common theme here is we are international parents, global parents, and we've been constantly communicating, interacting with our peers in the business world and everything, and then we want our children to be global as well. So think about this. If a student from when they're 4 or 5 years old talk to a teacher in, say, Minnesota or Florida or Dallas, and vice versa. A teacher in Guangzhou teaches a student in New York State or New York City Mandarin. They get to know each other. And this cloud-based classroom not only would really encourage the learning, but also, as you mentioned, bridge the culture, this people-to-people connection. This is important, not just to build the knowledge base, but to really cultivate our children to be global citizens. So we see a lot of growing interest in learning English, not only in the cities. For example, in rural areas, we've helped 500 schools. Our teachers volunteered to teach those classes online, live, every week. And then those students, they would spend their whole weekend preparing for a 1-minute self-instruction. They will paint a whole picture about it and then say, my name is Peter. There are 3 people in my family. And then they would share all of these with their teachers on the screen when they're interacting together. So this interest would also open the door for the rural kids when they're so little and get to see the world, the potential where they probably would not only go to Tsinghua, Beida, or Yale, Stanford, and then to see the world, and then bring all this back to the community where they come from. And I think this is the future we want for our education.
So from a business perspective, you have obviously achieved some scale. You are hard at work in implementing new technologies, and you have a strong community, as you said, in the United States. What are the barriers to entry, though, for a competitor? What's to stop a giant established education company from setting up video conferencing?
So the technology is very challenging. We have now over 180,000 classes every day happening, and every 2 Chinese children who learn online to learn English, one of them is with VIPKid. I think the real barrier, though, is never technology or growth or scale. The real barrier, I think, is a passion for education from the team and our teachers. That's a real barrier for anyone to enter the market, and our teachers choose to work with us. If you look at the YouTube videos, over 20,000 teachers uploaded their own experience with VIPKid. And then there are so many Facebook sharings on their amazing experience interacting with the kid. So that's the first one. The second one is the knowledge we learned from all the interactions that's already happening on our platform. The efficiency, the way we analyze all the videos between the student-teacher interaction. We have all the data on students' learning outcomes, unit assessments, how we can go back to how we build the curriculum product so that we can design the best way to scaffold the content, and then we can create the most learning efficacy. So these 2, people and also efficacy, are the most important barriers, and then I think that's also very important for education.
Just really quick, we just have a few seconds left. Do you see the future of education moving entirely online? Do you see VIPKid being a model for schooling, in decades ahead, or will this continue to be supplementary to the normal education system?
Yeah, we have such a huge, tremendous respect for all educators, online and offline, trying to make it work better. Right? So our thesis is everything would be blended or partially online, because it just helps with the data, helps with efficiency, efficacy. Everything can be much more engaging and enriched. But I think the direction generally we would believe in is, 1, it's going to be more personalized, because of the technology connection, teacher-student interaction, content designed in a knowledge graph way where we can personalize experience. And secondly, I think it's going to be more global. No student would only learn from the teachers in the country only, but summer camps is a good example where American students would go to Europe. So a more global learning community would be there. And then lastly, I think more access education, affordable education, when technology really helps lower down the cost, bridging better, connecting better, efficient, teachers get paid more, students pay less. So we can then help, there's still 1 billion people out there where they only have $3 a day as a living experience, so education is a luxury. So when can we then implement all these great technology like learning for all these students, so learning is never a luxury, and then we can really build a personalized, affordable, and global online learning platform for all the children. So we want to start, just in one sentence, we want to start with after-school tutoring, figure out how students can learn English better, and then apply this and help more rural schools, and then gradually, what we can do for the learning community and education field to make learning better and more efficient for the students. That's our goal.
Very interesting stuff. Cindy, it's been great talking to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much to Cindy and to Everett.
Thank you.
So I have a question for you, Cindy. As machine learning is getting faster and faster, and as translation software like Google Translate is getting more and more accurate, will that reduce the need for us humans to even bother with learning a language in the future?
I think learning a language is not just a language, it's a culture, it's a connection. It's the empathy or the sympathy that we can feel when we're connecting, talking together. And then learning a teacher's job, I think, would never disappear if parents are needed for the kids, not machine learning or AI. So I think the technology can really empower our teachers, and that's what we're really working on. We've built a San Francisco office, and now it's very close to your CNBC office in the heart of all the tech thing. And then we built a Dallas office close to our teachers. All we want to do is to empower them with technology so they can double their income in the next decade or years, and then their job will be more efficient, and they can really do what they do the best, is to encourage and inspire the students to learn and learn better. So that's where I see the magic power of technology. And on the student side also is to decrease the cost, more efficient, so everyone can learn when they're so curious about the world.
And just very quickly, a little birdie by the name of Everett told me that one of your investors is Kobe Bryant.
Yes, that's true.
That's quite exciting.
Yes,
was his second China investment?
Yes, after Alibaba. I love his quote. He said, I want to invest in a company that can be socially very helpful to help students learn better. And he learned quite a few languages himself.
Yes. Well, thank you very much for helping him on his language journey. Thank you very much to Cindy and to Everett.
Thank you.
So let's move on from the future of education to the future of healthcare. So in 2012, Jim Wang established Nova Vision Group. So it has a mission statement of better vision, better life. And they're providing a one-stop service for preventative medicine and treatment and optical services in particular, with the use of something called an AI camera. Let's hear more about this and what the future of healthcare is looking like. Let's give a big warm welcome to Sherry, the host, and also to Jim Wang himself. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jim.
Hi, Sherry.
And good to be here in Nansha with you, with Nova Vision. And we've been talking a lot about this buzzwordy words like AI, and now this is the time that we need to talk about healthcare and how that comes into play at East Tech West here. So manage our expectations and tell us about how AI or technology is being really applied to healthcare in China.
China, in terms of AI right now, there are a lot of investment in the AI fields, and of course, all the AI need to find a place where they can commercialize. And medical field definitely is one area where there's just area of discrepancies that can be smoothed over by AI. So what we have been working on projects since 2012, looking for the next generation of vision care. So in 2012, I met a doctor called Brian Holden, who is the leader in the vision care industry. And he told me to look for 3 things in the future. He said, number 1, in China, the kids' vision is going to get worse. So myopia control in China is definitely top 1 priority. Number 2, the current level of vision care in China is still very far behind the global standard. So therefore, it's an area where you have to put a lot of investment in. Number 3, human eyes are very interesting that it is the window to the soul, but it's also the gateway to health. So he was telling me that, traditionally, in the doctor's office, there's a camera called fundus camera or retina camera, where a doctor will take a picture from the back of your eyes, and then they can screen through potential diseases. It has been done for the last 30 years in UK, in the US, in Australia, and he believed that in the future, that job will be taken over by AI. So since 2012, we have been working on this type of improvement and in the area of professional training and looking for myopia control methodologies and also looking for AI. And this year, we finally launched the AI service. And so far, it has been very well received. And the AI that we have launched so far this year is that it's actually interesting that DeepMind is doing the same thing. And also in the US, FDA just approved retina camera plus retina picture screening for diabetes conditions. So it's actually a global event, not just China doing that. But in China, the AI companies are very far ahead compared to the rest. Now, to put in a very simple sense that we use a camera, it's called retina camera or fundus camera, going to the back of a human eye, take a picture, and then we screen through the picture using AI algorithm. Now, human eyes are interesting because it is the only place that we can perform a direct observation, non-invasive, through blood vessel and nervous system.
So basically, AI is just getting your eyes without penetrating into anything, without basically cutting anything.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So that's where AI comes into play. But what would be then, when we're talking about connecting this idea of AI and China, what are some of the benefits of being an AI medical company in China?
The benefit is that, unfortunately, in China, since 2015, China is moving into a senior population country. Now, unfortunately, over the last 30, 40 years, that not enough medical resources are deployed evenly. For instance, most of the best medical resources are in the bigger cities, Guangzhou, Shenzhen, Beijing, Shanghai, Hangzhou, Chengdu, and all the bigger cities. But if you go to tier 3, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, then we have a big discrepancy. And therefore, a lot of mistreatment, a lot of wrong diagnostic situation can happen, and it's actually quite alarming. So what the medical AI will do is that smooth over. For instance, let's say that we have an expert level of a medical doctor in Beijing. By training the algorithm with the combination of all these experts, we can train the AI and therefore support the rural countryside medical facility doctors so that their level can be elevated. So this is currently what's been done in the AI medical community in China.
So the reason why your business and this industry got such a boost and was such an inspirational idea was because of lack of expertise in the country for such a big country with big population. Now, what about applying what you have into other countries beyond China?
Medical industry is a very politically sensitive industry. So, of course, our partner, our AI partner, is also applying for FDA approval in the US and also globally. So we will be working with them going global. But unfortunately, compared to China, I think Chinese government has a very strong belief that technology is very important for driving the country's future. So it has a very lenient and also a laissez-faire attitude towards innovation. But compared to the rest of the world, a lot of regulation actually stop you from innovating. For instance, if you go to Europe, no company has a full grasp of what GDPR can do. For instance, we go to Europe, we take the service to Europe, and then we start deploying it. How are we going to use the service to cope with the GDPR regulations? And for instance, I tried to roll out the service in Taiwan, and after one round of survey, what happened is that they told me that you have to get health bureau's approval before you can launch the service. And applying for that, there's no precedent. So that means it can take 3 to 5 years before I get an approval to roll a service. But yet the algorithm, the AI is available right now.
So certainly China can provide that kind of a proper environment for
Sure.
your ideas to really flourish. I wonder, what's the sense that you get, what's the mix at the moment in terms of the money flowing into the system when it comes to technological R&D here between public sector money or the government's drive and the private sector's interests?
Most of the innovation are coming from private sector and especially private equities. Now, the interesting thing is that the medical industry is very much state-owned, and it's a very conservative industry, and therefore it's a very interesting mix that we are working right now. Is that we call the AI company and us, Nova Vision, we call ourselves the outside of the medical gateway alliance. Because for anyone that try to transform the traditional medical environment, it's actually very different because doctors, hospitals, the institutions tend to be very, very conservative. So the breakthrough will probably be coming from outside the system instead of within the system.
So how does Nova Vision plan to break through that wall and really penetrate into Chinese peoples or perhaps other countries, the patients as well?
What we are doing right now is actually raising people's awareness about the importance of vision care. Now, let me explain to you that I talk about retina camera, taking a picture of your eyes. Now, one picture out of your eye, we can screen over 1,000 diseases or symptoms. Currently, the 1,000 diseases, out of them is 800 of them are rare disease, so the database is not big enough. So the algorithm is still improving, but it's not there yet to be launched to the market. But out of the 200 common diseases, 35 of them have been cracked with 97% accuracy. And the rest of the 165 diseases or symptoms will be cracked within the next 3 years. So we are going to the community right now. We are going to exhibition. We are going to enterprises to do free screening for employees, for household people, or for seminar attendees to raise the awareness that you need to be very concerned about your health state. Because in China, unfortunately, like I said, that we don't have a family doctor and referral system in China. So whether you have a big symptom or small symptom, everyone go to the big hospital. That is why the big hospital in China are very cramped. So by using this screening service, we are going to deploy about 1,200 machines that would have a very big national network, and therefore it is the lowest cost. This is very economical. Number two, is also very highly efficient. Number three, is very user-friendly type of screening facility, especially when China is become a senior population country.
Just occurred to me, perhaps the talent recruitment process is a lot more complicated and challenging for companies like Nova Vision, because
Sure.
I would imagine it's AI, but not just AI, coming together with healthcare. How has that been, what kind of experience has that been for you?
It's a split personality company. You know, on one side, remember we are in the optical industry, so on one hand, I'm dealing with a group like Kering Group. You know, we talk about the next 2019 Gucci collection. right? And then I have a lot of eye doctors in my office. I have to talk to them in medical doctors' terms. And then we have AI company that we work with, so it's engineering talk and a lot of algorithms. So you sort of have to juggle between three crazy different worlds, you know. So it's quite interesting for us. But the whole company very excited because for the longest time, optical shop was not considered a medical service player in Asia, not just in China, in Asia. So by introducing the latest equipment and also introducing the AI services, that the whole company excited that we are now finally getting our justified social status, that optical industry, optical shop is a truly medical service industry. So this has been quite exciting for us.
This afternoon, we sort of have this healthcare block happening at East Tech West. And I think the primary concern looking at technological application to healthcare is about data protection. Sure. Because we're talking about the most personal, most sensitive piece of information that one person can have. What's your message for those out there who are concerned, who might be ignorant about what technology can do and to protect, perhaps?
Sure. I think in China, the medical industry, also the technology industry, the technology company that are working with AI and also with a lot of data, we all have a common agreement that the symptom data can be collected in a big chunk for big data analysis and also AI training. But personal information must be delinked. So desensitized. So what we call it. So in China, we have a common agreement on that because at the end of the day, any person's medical data, or for that sense, that any other personal data should belong to that person. So we have a very strict personal data protection policy within our company, and our legal department is very adamant on that. So this is the way we are approaching the matter. Although so far there's not very strong enforcement in that area, but we are already enforcing that high standard within our company.
So there is that recognition
yes.
of concerns and legitimate reasons to be concerned, but you don't think there is enough conversation about that?
Of course. I think globally we are, there's a struggle for the algorithm, for AI algorithm to be very efficient and more efficient. You need a lot of data. But then, on the other hand, that if you want to protect your personal privacy, you do not want to share data. So it's give and take. So I think so far we are working on the very fine model of having a concluded, having a actually agree on data protection model going into the future. So this is a big challenge definitely for global when it comes to technology, medical, and personal privacy.
And we have about a minute or so, Jim. And for those of you in the audience looking at your mobile phones, checking messages, and I'm sure you're working very hard, you have a message for them.
Yes. The 2012, when I was talking to Brian Holden, who is also a consultant to WHO in the Blindness Prevention Bureau. Now, we were joking about it. I said, Brian, do you think humans are actually very smart? He said, no, humans are stupid because we tend to destroy our life, our culture, everything, even Earth, and especially vision. Our eyes are so delicate that every day, the more time we spend on using laptop, iPad, or iPhone, that destroys our eyes. But unfortunately, at this day and age, that because of work, because of hobby, because of other reasons, no one is very aware of the impact of what we are doing to the eye. So be very careful, having a very good conscious awareness of vision health and the importance of vision health.
Thank you very much, Jim. But you're forgiven if you're tweeting East Tech West, of course, so with the hashtag. Thank you very much, Jim.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's so exciting, isn't it, to think of all the frontiers that you're pushing in healthcare. The fact that AI can detect cancer cells so much more accurately, for example, than an oncologist. But you mentioned a couple of times how conservative the medical community is. On the one hand, perhaps a doctor is fearful about using new technology if it's the life of their patient on the line. On the other hand, maybe they don't want to be usurped, to be taken over by the technology. So how do you overcome that?
Well, so far we are treading very carefully, moving into new frontiers every step of the way, but we very mindful that do not offend the consumers, because if you go too far and beyond, I think there's hell to pay.
Okay, and on that note, Jim Wang, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you. Sure.
So Sherry, we're sticking with the future of healthcare as our theme, and you're going to be talking about another company now that's pushing the boundaries in healthcare. IHD Pay, what exactly do they do? Set the scene for us. Oh, and here you go, live TV at its best. We're just doing a little makeup interlude while we're at it.
So sorry, but it's really connecting this idea of a payment, but not necessarily, going out for shopping, but it's paying for your medical expenses and making appointments at a major hospital. And their major ground is right here in Guangzhou, so it will be a very interesting conversation.
Indeed. Well, let's bring to the stage now Eric Ho, Group CEO of IHD Pay. Let's welcome him.
Welcome, Eric. Good to have you here on the stage now. We've been talking about how we're going to make this a chat an amazing one. But I'm going to start off with the basics here. IHD. It stands for literally Innovative Health Data. Why are we living in an era where health data needs to get innovative?
Well, maybe it will help just to share with you and the audience a little bit about the history of my company. Sure. We start off by providing different payment solution for hospital in Guangzhou and in around the vicinity. And over time, we would realize that our solution will be able to revolutionize a lot of the whole healthcare management system in China, and that's why, and we believe that moving forward, we will be able to work with a large amount of data, and we would be investing heavily in medical big data, and hence the name of our company, IHD Pay, payment processing, and then through which we would develop a new ecosystem within our operating environment.
Operating environment, let's pick up on that last phrase there. What kind of environment, what kind of operating environment is China for you, is Guangzhou for you, for your business? Because I was just talking to Jim from, of course, Nova Vision, and he was talking about that really the dire need for more doctors and practitioners. Is that one of the inspirations for your business?
Yes, absolutely. One of the major reasons that we got into the business in the first place is that, for instance, as of last year, 2017, there would be over 8 billion visitations to hospitals and clinics alike throughout China. That would mean, on average, every Chinese citizen would visit these establishments 6 times per year. So at the time, we figured out, wow, that would be at least 8 billion payment transactions there. So if we could just get into the business, that would be very, very interesting. Now, as we go into the business, we realize that the pain points of the healthcare industry here in China, and especially in Guangzhou, where, in fact, for historical reasons, a lot of good doctors, medical resources are, here in Guangzhou. Say, for instance, now we are working with 25 major hospitals in Guangdong and Guangxi as we speak. And some of those hospitals on a daily basis would have would have to take care of more than 20,000 patients. So just imagine if you want to make an appointment with this hospital, it used to be that one would need to just go there and wait for 2 hours, 3 hours just to make an appointment. Not to mention that it is also not a good thing, but it happened that some people would queue up for the appointment and then resell it for a price. We call it the scalper. And so all this, we realized that maybe through a innovative idea, we could provide an innovative hardware software solution, incorporating with payment solution, and would help out the hospital and the patients.
From yesterday's, one of yesterday's chats, and I remember you were talking about this this morning as well. Edith Young was talking about how this payment system market in China, it's basically a done story. We've got WePay and Alipay, but she did mention that exceptional case of healthcare. Do you agree with that? And I think you do, but why do you think that is?
Oh, absolutely. Let's be absolutely clear about this. In China and actually in around this part of the world, we are facing with two major giants in terms of payment processing and in terms of mobile payment processing. And we are talking about, of course, Alipay and as well as WeChat Pay. So, but there our company is not going against them in a generic sense, but rather because our expertise, our long working relationship in the medical industry, because one of our group's co-founder is a medical doctor, and he would know a lot about the challenges that the medical industry in China is facing. So in designing this very specific solution, we think that we will be able to provide a better solution for our users.
And we're talking about, just to draw this picture for you, basically you can make medical appointments at hospitals and you can get your test results back on your WeChat account.
Right.
That's really the rough idea of the service that you provide. Then I wonder, is it about cost cutting or is it about giving consumers more power in this whole process? How does that benefit the users that you have, more than 12 million?
Yes. Well, the answer to your both questions is yes and yes. Okay, so we believe that by fully automate this through our system, the hospital will be able to cut costs tremendously. And at the same time, it will also improve the efficiency. What I talked about early on, the problem with the scalper, it will actually, I think it will be, this will ensure the fairness of the whole system, right? But another point being that in our solution, we employ also facial recognition algorithm. You said early on, when one of our users used the application to make a medical appointment, one of the options is that he or she will be able to register this with a facial recognition registration. And by this, a link will be created between the user and the information system of the hospital. Now, this is very important. In what sense? Whoever make the appointment, when he or she appears in the hospital, it has to be the same person.
You better look like them.
Exactly. Otherwise, there's no go. Okay. And of course, in between with this facial recognition, we also have this payment solution. Then we will be assured that that person will be the patient. And of course, this will be a great news to, for instance, insurance company who want to make sure that whoever show up in the hospital is in fact the insured person, not someone else.
So I see the story in terms of efficiency, making sure that we don't waste insurance companies' money on somebody else who are not actually sick or who are not insured and trying to use the service. But I wonder how I would feel, or people in the audience would feel about getting my test results, my medical records on my WeChat account.
I think this is all about a data privacy issue that you are talking about. We at RHD we pay tremendous amount of attention, put in a lot of resources to make sure that the data privacy is well protected. Now, one thing about our system is that although we process the facial biometric data, and as in the other cases, we will never keep those data. But in terms of passing the result from the hospital and the user system, in any case, those data will be encrypted.
Well, but I think this is a very timely topic to sort of linger a little longer, because we've got Amazon reportedly jumping into the game, into this healthcare, and we actually saw a report overnight saying that their latest move with healthcare is to mine medical records. We also heard about, saw the report, Facebook is interested in. So I think it's really going beyond just flirting with this idea of getting into a healthcare system. The interest is there when it comes to taking advantage of medical records and using it somehow. Will you do something like that? And what would be some of the discussions that you need to have with your employees to make sure that the whole process goes without any cybersecurity issues?
Well, first of all, when we look at the medical big data that we have, and when we process those, we will make sure that this, what we call desensitized. It's toward, in Mandarin is toward. That's to say is we'll take away the name, the identification number of the patient in question. So we only look at the general data, and we will then develop different algorithms to data mine those data, but not to be exactly to pinpoint any particular person, patient, which I think that is one of the key things we have to defend.
Tell me about how AI comes into play to your business.
I think over time, if you look at the statistics in China, the drugs and medication expenses within the hospital environment itself is over 100 billion US annually. So in our environment, we believe that over time, we would be investing in this AI algorithm for managing drugs administration for the hospital, for the drugstore, for the insurance company, and for the patients. And we believe that this kind of application would be very helpful to the society in general.
Last month, you came on CNBC to talk about some of the benefits that your company can enjoy due to this greater connectivity that we're seeing in the Greater Bay Area. 11 cities in the region, including Hong Kong and Macau. How would that give a boost, not just about building clientele, but innovation part of the story?
Well, first off, I myself coming from Macau, and my partner, co-founder, is from Hong Kong.
So it makes your morning commute easier.
There you go. And the fact that our company originated from Hong Kong, but now headquartered in Guangzhou. And you can see that the bridge is a big plus, good news for us who need to commute around the city. And I believe that with this super infrastructure, the exchange of ideas, exchange of people, capital, innovations will be a big boost to the economy in around the region.
What's next for IHD? Is it going further into the mobile payment, healthcare, or expanding beyond your base area here in Guangzhou to other cities in China? I know you already have your service in other parts of the country, or going beyond China?
I think we are lucky that we have been investing heavily into like providing good solution for payment, in fact, secured payment. And our solution has been well recognized by, in fact, other countries in the region. So what we want to look into, venture into, will be, in fact, into more specifically in the financial fintech security kind of solution. And in fact, already different countries are already expressed tremendous interest in working with us.
Eric, thank you very much for your time today. And I know that you're enjoying all these conversations at East Tech West, and I hope you continue throughout, of course, for the duration of this event. Thank you very much for your expertise and time.
Thank you for having me here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eric, and thank you very much, Sherry. Thank you. Give them a big round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. So everybody, stand up. Stand up. There we go. Give yourself a shake. Jump up and down. Wonderful. Okay. Yep. We're all feeling good. I'm not going to do a Jane Fonda workout. It's going to give you a bit of a shake. Okay. Now you can sit down again. Okay. Wonderful. And in a minute, we're going to give you a little surprise to give you that, just that little uplift you need in the afternoon when your metabolic rate starts to just slow down and you're feeling I could just take a nap. We're going to wake you all up all over again. Okay, let's go into the next segment and talk about the Chinese markets. Now, you might remember yesterday we talked with JP Morgan Chase and set the scene basically saying, you know, we're probably all quite happy to put 2018 behind us. It's been a difficult one for the markets, not just here in the Greater China region, but in many other regions around the world. So we all want to know, will 2019 bring more stability? Will it return the bull? Will it return the bear? We'll wait and see. Let's have a chat now with UBS and Catherine Tsai, who is the Executive Vice Chairman and the Chairman of Greater China, UBS, hosted once again by Jeff. Over to you.
Thank you. Please.
Thank you.
Take a seat. And I believe, Catherine, you wore red especially for the Chinese market, because that's a positive sign here in China for those who understand how these things work in China, right?
I didn't think that way, but I think your guessing means right.
Good.
Right. Also, because afternoon, I thought red can give everybody a little bit more excitement in terms of energy. Thank you.
So I get the sense that a lot of people have got too much excitement in their life when it comes to trying to understand what happens with this trade negotiation. So if you don't mind, I'll just put the markets to one side for a moment, and I think it would be very interesting for our audience to hear whether you feel that the environment is being created for some kind of agreement in Argentina at the G20 this weekend. What do you think?
This is interesting and also very boring question. I think every articles, every WeChat messages, people had to read different views, right, on guessing what's going to happen 3 days from now. So I don't think I'm intelligent enough to focus accurately, but I have read a lot of people's views from different angles. I think everybody hope the two leaders will reach some kind of agreement because it will good for the world economy, particularly very positive for China and the US. The market has been very fragile, and in the past 2 weeks, the whole market, both US and China, has been further weakening. So the market is waiting for good news, and no one wants to see the bad news from these two leaders meeting. However, the market also wants to see specific agreement, not only hands shaking and be nice to each other. So we hope the G20 meeting will go well, will bring a positive message to the market.
And yet that's the challenge, isn't it, on the specifics, because at the moment, whilst Trump President Trump may have a shopping list from his 301 section investigation of areas where he needs to see concession. That doesn't match the Premier's idea, President Xi's idea of how he wants to develop the Chinese economy. So if we dig deeper, it's actually almost impossible, isn't it, for them to have an agreement that works for both parties?
I think, although a lot of people mentioned the trade war going to bring more damage to the China market, but not necessarily any war going to damage both sides. Just as I mentioned before, in the past 2 weeks, U.S. market has turned to very soft. A lot of big tech names has lost their market value in a very significant way. Take example, Apple has lost $200 billion in market valuation, right? And also the lot of economic indicators from U.S. demonstrated the potential softening for the upcoming year. So that's why in the past few days, the major economists from major U.S. And Wall Street firms had revised their forecast for the next year's U.S. economy. So I hope, the U.S. government also realized the trade war more or less also going to impact the U.S. economy, not only China's economy. So if both sides realize in this angle, I think it may be help for the future negotiation.
Just talking about the prospects for China, back in September when we spoke to you last, you were saying actually it was one of the better economies across the emerging world if you were looking for somewhere to invest. It feels as though the mood generally and the attitude towards emerging economies has changed in the last 2 to 3 months. What do you think the right approach for investors is now towards China, international and local?
I still believe, and UBS House will also believe, China is still representing the most investment opportunities in the world. Maybe we can conservatively say one of the most opportunities in the world. Although I think we have adjusted our house view from September to now, but we still think the next year we'll see moderate growth in the equity market as well as the GDP growth. We still think there's a good equity stocks you can pick, but the investors should focus on earnings growth, more stocks resilient from the trade attention. But there's still, we believe, there's a lot of sectors you can pick, but you need to maybe switch your preference from the tech and the growth-oriented stocks to a more stable oriented stocks.
You know the Chinese market incredibly well. When we look at it from an international perspective, we tend to focus on how the Shanghai Composite is performing, and then we look at the big growth number the government produces every now and again. What do you think most international investors misunderstand about what's going on in the Chinese economy? Because people, I think, have been worried about the deleveraging, they've been worried about restrictions on bank lending, restrictions on the private sector, but maybe we're missing something.
That's an interesting question. I have to say in the past few years, China's policy more transparency. I think the outside world reading about China is more accurate. Actually, sometimes maybe it is more accurate than people who live and worked in China. But for this year, in terms of the Shanghai Composite Index, I personally think there's not much surprise because from the beginning of this year, before early July, the trade attention happens. The stock market already off 14%. Now it's about 22%. So I think people have reading that the deleveraging will harm the growth. and also the debt level of China, both domestic debt and international debt from the Chinese issuer will also hurt some degree of growth. But the trade tension has accelerated this worrisome. So that's pushed down from 14% to 20%. But going forward, we think we'll see more outflow from China's money through QDII into Hong Kong market. So we think probably we'll have a large amount of money out of China to invest in the Hong Kong markets next year.
So that's an interesting message to our audience about where they might want to follow the trail of money with their own. Let me ask you specifically about the technology sector. I was talking with Freeman Chen just a few moments ago from WM, and he was saying they felt fortunate that they caught a wave of private equity capital. There is a fear that a lot of that capital is not available to technology startups and growing Chinese tech companies. That's not a view you agree with, though, I don't think.
Not really. I know Freeman very well. I also know many of your speakers today very well. I think China still have a lot of money to invest. I mean, China market. The fact is China has 1/3 of unicorns in the world, demonstrating the vast money still investing in China. However, in going forward, investors will focusing on more of the valuation. Recently, a number of IPOs we did. The one we just took public yesterday is the Baby Tree. The first time the IPO valuation is below the last round PE investors valuation. So, although the money is there, the company who are looking for the money need to second thinking the valuation. So investors are more focusing on the valuation and the potential growth of the company in that sector. So money is still there, just valuation will be a different story from now on.
So the market's becoming more rational, you would argue.
Yes, exactly.
And do you see that making it harder for perhaps less certain business ventures to find the cash that they require? I mean, what do you think this will do in terms of the underlying structure for entrepreneurs who want to think about growing their business or taking it to market? What do they need to do that's different now when they talk to you and when they talk to private equity?
The PE investors are always very smart investors. After so many years in China, they are getting more selective, and they are very shrewd in terms of valuation, in terms of identify the targeted company. And so they are really looking for the true leader, potential leader of the certain sectors, and the implementation of the business plan, and also the execution capabilities of the plan. So in the past, one page of the business proposal maybe can attract immediate money, but nowadays you have to really prove you can deliver your business plan. Not only that, you can survive and become the leader of the sector. If you can prove that, the money will always not too difficult to fund.
Can I ask you to focus specifically on fintech and what you see happening in fintech that excites you? From the outside, it looks like it's dominated by one or two giants, the Ant Financials or the Alipays of this world. Is there anything else happening beyond that that you think is exciting for the Chinese economy?
Fintech started from US, but in the past few years, China really developed very fast, had created a giant company of Ant Financial. Ant's probably the most valuable unicorns in the world, right now valued 150 billion. And of course, you got Alipay and Tencent. China's third-party payment, may be more specific on the online payment, is about 40% of total in the world, and also growing space is very fast. But fintech, I'm just talking about this company. Fintech actually, I think it's a much broader scope, not only limited to the online payment, and also P2P lending, and also in the future, the fintech will be penetrating in people's daily life in many different ways. Also, maybe included in the AI, AR, VR. So I think there's a lot of potential for China's fintech industry continue to develop. Right now, we see the big gap on some big giant, like you mentioned, Ant Financial, Ali, WeChat, and also fintech, also including like Lufax, right? These kind of wealth management, online wealth management companies. There's a lot of things can be developed to be done in China in this sector. I think there's definitely representing one of the opportunity to track more PE investment in the future on the fintech front.
What opens the gate to that, though? Because as we were discussing, some of that PE money won't come if it feels that valuations look too rich. So what will it take to get that ball rolling?
For fintech, valuation is secondary concern. It's a more regulatory environment. So definitely everyone is waiting for more clarity and transparency on the regulation front for the fintech sector. People see the growth and also identify the pioneer for the sector, but regulatory hurdles still there. But we hope, we expecting next year could have a better
so let's just wrap up here, because we've just got under a minute to close out. Can I just ask you to look forward into 2019 for us? Think about one or two themes that you think are going to be very important for our audience when we think about China for next year.
You know, if you ask me these questions 3 days from now, I probably will have different answer. I don't know, because everyone's forecast for 2019 all hanging on what's going on with the G20 summit, right? But regardless, 2018 has been very tough years for both equity markets and the bond markets, and also for China's economy. For 2019, we are expecting, we hope, will be more stabilized on both bond equity market. However, that's depending on the trade tension between these two countries. So, but regardless, China is a huge market. We still have a lot of confidence for the future of this market. Thank you.
So we will timestamp this, and we will bear in mind we are a few days away from a major summit of the G20. Catherine, thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you.
Thank you.
You just stay.
No, that's okay. That's okay. Thank you very much, Catherine, and thank you very much, Jeff, as well. Terrific. We're going to see you on the big screen in just a moment's time.
I might even stay.
Yes, stay for the ringside seat for your own program.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Catherine, as well.
Thank you.
Big round of applause.
Thank you.
Catherine, if you just like to take that one with you. Now, we promised you a surprise. If you look to the back of the room there, we have some wait staff who very kindly come in with your energy shots. So if you can guess every single ingredient in the energy shot, we'll give you a prize, okay? The challenge is on. So we're just going to bring the energy shots through the audience here. You don't need to move, and please do enjoy them. In the meantime, let's enjoy Jeff on the big screen.
I'm Jeff Cutmore here in Bali, Indonesia, at the annual meeting of the World Bank and IMF. This year, we focus on fintech. We'll discuss the importance of the new Bali Fintech Accord.
The Bali Agenda comprises 12 key elements that we produce jointly with the World Bank to alert all our member countries to the key items that they need to check. In other words, reap the benefits of fintech and avoid the pitfalls.
We at the World Bank Group have just had to admit that we're not keeping up with all the latest developments. It is absolutely our responsibility to keep up with the changes.
We're all looking to embrace the promise of fintech, and we have to go very quickly to what it actually means for people and businesses. So it's financial inclusion globally, it's financial inclusion in all our societies.
The objective of regulation is not just about stability of the system, but it's also about accessibility of financial services to the majority of our people.
Governor Hanyaho, you talked about smart technology needs smart regulators. Does that mean it needs necessarily a new crop of regulators, probably under 30?
Of course, that is how the systems continue to renew themselves, by constantly bringing in young people. You have got to keep them busy because they get bored very quickly, and if you don't keep them busy, they leave the regulatory system.
The mission is to end poverty and boost shared prosperity. So it's looking around at some tremendous innovations.
If there is no international cooperation, if there is no adherence to those key elements, then there is a risk. My critical point here is it is not prescriptive, it is not either light or heavy, but it's a very strong agenda for all countries to actually look at each principle and ask themselves, am I addressing this issue? Am I protecting consumers? Am I guarding against the instability risk? And am I restricting innovation, which should not be the case?
CNBC was at the center of this year's biggest fintech event. The Bali Principles have been launched here at a time when this technology is increasingly disruptive globally. It's time to discuss the disruption.
So that, of course, was Jeff Cutmore earlier on this year when he was in Bali for the IMF and World Bank annual meetings discussing the Bali FinTech Accord. Are you feeling refreshed and energized with your shot? Is it nice? Good. Okay. There we go. There's a start. So let's move on and discuss supply chains, because wouldn't you say that seamless supply chains really is the holy grail for buyers and sellers and suppliers? So this is something that our next guest is trying to achieve. Mikkel Hipperbrunn is the co-founder of Tradeshift, which drives supply chain innovation for the digitally connected economy that we live in at the moment. And he's trying to digitize all trade transactions, and I believe that's probably only just scratching the surface of what you do. I'm going to let you get beneath the surface. Akiko Fujita, who is your host for the segment. Over to you.
Thanks so much for that, Mandy. It's great to be here. You know, it's certainly an exciting conversation to have, and I think it's one that's very timely. You know, we're just a few days away from the G20 summit. Potential discussion, maybe a breakthrough between President Trump and President Xi Jinping. And as we talk about this trade war, it's certainly been a topic of discussion here. The question has become, you know, what has been the impact on businesses, and specifically, how have we seen supply chain shifts? What are the implications? You're a fintech company who's also got very great visibility on supply chain. So I want to just start right there. You have a unique perspective on how things have shifted. Have the shifts already begun, even as we discuss what the end game is for this trade war?
Yeah, absolutely. We are seeing our customers reconfiguring their supply chains, because a tariff wall is literally a wall. You have to choose on what side you want to be. If you want to be on the US side of the wall, or you want to be on the Chinese side, or if you want to circumvent the wall. That's really you know, some key decisions that big companies have to face right now. And I think the whole trade war has been a shock to the supply chains. Some, both Chinese and US-based companies have been really disrupted, and they got this huge shock to their systems. So now they're reconfiguring because they're bracing themselves for that something like this could happen again. We don't know if our supply chains will be stable in this environment.
This has been a bit of a reality check, if you will. We've heard that from a lot of companies who say, regardless of how this specific fight turns out, we've got to rethink the way that we basically map out our supply chains and not put our eggs in one basket. What are the conversations that you're having as companies come to you to say, well, I don't want to put everything into China anymore, or, should I shift everything to Southeast Asia?
Yeah.
What are some of the questions that are popping up on that front?
So what we see is that our customers come to us and ask us to digitize new supply chains, to connect them with sellers, suppliers in other regions of the world. So we have to onboard them and quickly digitize that interaction, the exchange of various business documents, catalogs, logistics documents, invoices, payments, instructions, and they need to really quickly adapt to this new reality and get those suppliers up and running as quickly as possible so they can avoid the tariffs.
And is the shift happening in any particular region, or is it a bit more fragmented than that?
Well, I think we're seeing different patterns. Definitely we're seeing Chinese companies, or that's happening right now. Chinese companies are starting to outsource or move manufacturing facilities to Southeast Asia. That's a way to circumvent the tariff wall. And we're also seeing our US-based customers looking for other sources in Southeast Asia. But of course, the supply chains become longer in this respect. But another thing where China has really prepared itself for things like this is, I think, the whole Belt and Road Initiative. Building up the infrastructure that supports growing trade with other parts of the world, in the Middle East, in Africa, in Europe. We're literally seeing a reconfiguration of trade routes that puts Europe right up next to Western China in the sense of the time it takes to move freight from Western China to Europe. So there is a lot of things going on where we're seeing things change.
On that front, you talked about the impact that you have seen, particularly here in the domestic market. There's less liquidity available, and that has been a huge impact, a big weight, especially on SMEs. How can fintech companies like yourselves maybe soften the blow a bit? And in some way, is this a big growth opportunity for Tradeshift in the market?
Yeah, there is a hidden potential in the SME sector in China, because traditionally access to capital for SMEs has been very limited. Chinese government is clearly very, very aware of this. They're putting pressure on the banking system to get more liquidity into the SME segment. But because the B2B transactions are still very paper-driven, they haven't really been digitized in the same way that we've seen in the Western part of the world. So what needs to happen is that we move the transactions to a digital format. We create transparency. We get insight into what's happening real time in those organizations. And when you take that data and you provide it to financial partners, then they can provide the credit at a much more solid foundation, and they can automate the credit decisions. So that's really our expertise in digitizing the trade and making exactly that data available for our partners, and that will benefit the SMEs in China in particular. Another thing is the whole Greater Bay Area initiative, allowing foreign banks to provide capital to SMEs in China. That's also an enormous opportunity, and I think it's a really clever move. That's a way to attract more capital into the SME segment and unlock that potential that sits there.
While you are seeing growth here in China, Tradeshift is, of course, a global company. And, we sort of dove right into the supply chain issue. But if we can backtrack a bit to talk about how your business model works, it's essentially allowing these Fortune 500 companies to connect with the suppliers and digitize the whole process. You've got huge growth numbers, new bookings, well over 300% in the last quarter, year on year. What particular sector are you seeing the quickest digitization in?
Well, in particular, we see in manufacturing, there's a lot of digitization. You really need to be very agile in your reconfiguration, as I said. You know, those industries need to be able to adapt to the changing environments. It's how you survive. Supply chains have historically been very, very static. It would take a long time to adjust your supply chains. The traditional ERP systems would take maybe a year to reconfigure for a change in a supply chain. And we need to move businesses into the same state as we are as consumers, where we install new apps on our phones on a weekly basis, and we move to a cashless society almost here in China in a matter of years. So businesses are moving into that same reality where they can do that. And I think that's a phenomenal opportunity for everyone.
You are a company that started in Denmark. You moved to Silicon Valley. And then since then, you've come here to China as well. So you have a good idea of how these individual markets work. We've talked a lot about the struggles of Western companies trying to make it here in China. You're seeing huge growth so far. What are the lessons that you've learned, and what's the big pushback that you got as you tried to penetrate the market?
So before I came to China 5 years ago and tried to set up Tradeshift, I studied books, you know, doing business in China, and I saw a list of 10 things that could go wrong doing business in China. And I think I can put a check mark to all of those 10 mistakes.
What was at the top of the list?
Well, in China, you need to find a joint venture partner. And very often this will fail, especially for Western tech companies. There aren't many Western tech companies that have had success in China because it is a very competitive environment. Chinese companies run with Chinese speed and very short decision cycles. So a Western company is always behind. It's seen as slow in those decision cycles. So I've come to realize that I needed to empower the local team here to run with Chinese speed, but leverage the strength that we have globally, because we have a global platform. We can offer our Chinese customers something that our Chinese competitors cannot, and that is also taking Chinese multinationals, making them compliant, connecting them with their supply chains all over the world. So it's all about trust, building a great local team, and then just getting out of the way, making sure that it has autonomy and can execute with speed.
I thought it was interesting. We were talking earlier, and you put it a little more harshly. You said in Denmark, everybody trusts each other. That's not an issue. But in China, people are a bit more skeptical, especially when you're a Western company coming in. You have to earn that trust.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. In the Nordic culture, by default, you would trust someone you meet. And as you say, in China, you have to earn that trust. So I think many Western business leaders will come in here with a kind of naive approach. So I've had to read The Art of War quite a few times to understand the mentality of my partners locally here. And I've definitely also learned that you need to have the upper hand in those negotiations and in those relationships. I have not seen a successful win-win scenario play out. One of the parties will have the upper hand, and I've found it better to be the one with the upper hand.
Let's talk about the tech side of your business. Yes. One of the things we hear often in tech conferences is the word blockchain. And you've sort of dabbled in it, not gone fully into blockchain, but you did launch something called Tradeshift Cash. And not necessarily going into cryptocurrencies, but this was about invoice financing. Help me understand why you took that approach to maybe get a sense of how blockchain can be utilized in supply chain management.
So overall in supply chains, there's a lot of talk about we could digitize or put our whole supply chain digitization on a blockchain. We're definitely not there yet. The blockchain technology is not ready for that volume of data. But we do know that we have to be ready, and Tradeshift Cash was an attempt to use blockchain for receivables financing, where we spread the risks. So we basically take an invoice or a number of invoices from different suppliers, and then we tokenize them, and we blend up all of those tokens and offer them, offer financing partners to buy into a pool of tokens spread across many suppliers. So that was a way to minimize the risk. If you defaulted on one invoice, you would only have a fraction of an invoice that defaulted. So you're basically financing, or it's the market risk that you are, that's your risk.
So the natural question after that first step would be, well, when do you move into cryptocurrencies, a form of payment or to settle on the platform? You said it's not stable enough, especially for B2B. What specifically would you have to see on the regulation side of things for you to feel comfortable enough to get into that?
So in the B2B space, you do need stable cryptocurrencies. You can't have these very volatile, then you're taking a risk on the cryptocurrency. So no business-to-business interaction would trust Bitcoin or some of the other cryptocurrencies. So in B2B, you need the currencies that are tied to, should be managed by a national bank or something like that. So we're leaning towards the stable cryptocurrencies and forming partnerships with companies offering stable cryptocurrencies.
And so is that at what point, at some point you are looking to get into it? I mean, is that a safe?
Oh yeah, we are into it. We're getting our feet wet, we're doing transactions, but it's, compared to the vast volume of financing that we do on our platform, we're exploring the technology. It's not like we're going to replace all the financial services solutions we have on Tradeshift with blockchain. But there are other applications for blockchain that we're exploring within food safety. That's actually a very interesting area, because using blockchain, you can record everything that happens from farm to table. Imagine a consumer here in China buying a Western product. They're going to ask themselves, is this an authentic product? Is it fake? And using a serialized QR code, you could scan that product and see the whole history of everything that happened, all the way back to the farmer. You may even be able to pull up a picture of the farmer and her family. You may see the processing at the slaughterhouse, as I said, the cooling chain. All of those data points would be recorded in the blockchain and be made available in a WeChat interface for a consumer. And I think that's a great application for blockchain, because you don't have it doesn't have to be real time, an hour's delay in a recording of a handover between a carrier and the next step. Doesn't really matter.
We've got just about a minute left, and what I have to ask you about the future of Tradeshift. We've already established you've got huge growth moving forward, and you've made it very clear that your exit strategy is an IPO.
That's right.
There have been rumors that potentially you're looking to acquire this Finnish software company, Basware. Yeah. How important is M&A to your growth strategy right now, and what are some potential missing pieces you're looking to pick up along the way?
So, well, yeah. M&A is part of our strategy. We are looking to companies or technologies that complement our platform. We do believe that with our own strengths we can achieve our goals and ambitions, but we're always on the lookout for attractive targets. But it's not like a fundamental part of our IPO strategy. We will make it.
So potentially a Basware acquisition coming.
Yeah, I can't really comment on that. But,
okay, we'll have to leave it there. Great to have you on today. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks very much, Mikkel.
Thank you.
Thanks, Akiko. We'll see you next time. Okay, wonderful. Well, we were just hearing about blockchain, so let's delve into blockchain, the theme, a little bit more. Our next company is focused on blockchain. In fact, it's an AI-dedicated public blockchain. When I read that, I wasn't exactly sure what that is, and maybe some of you don't know either. So hopefully we can explain it and find out exactly what an AI-dedicated public blockchain is all about. I'm sure Arjun already knows. But this is a company, Bottos, that is trying to create a new artificial intelligence ecosystem, and it's got a very big partner as well. So Arjun, take it away with Shin Song, the CEO and co-founder of Bottos.
Thank you very much, Mandy. You just threw some pretty big words at me there, so let's try and break some of these down. First, I want to kick off, and Akiko has already mentioned in the previous chat about blockchain technology. We first heard about it when we heard about Bitcoin. Blockchain essentially is the underlying technology to Bitcoin, but the industry has moved beyond Bitcoin. It's looking at how they can take the principles of what blockchain is and apply it to other areas. And one company is Bottos. So Shin, I want you to talk to me a little bit about what Bottos is, because you describe yourself as a company that is able to create a decentralized AI economy. Just unpack that for us and try to explain exactly what you mean.
Thank you, Ajin. Thank you for CNBC's invitation. I have this opportunity to explain more about Bottos and blockchain to everybody here and everybody in the world. Okay, so basically Bottos aims to build a new AI ecosystem based on blockchain technologies because we think blockchain has three aspects can help AIs to further development. So blockchain has the technology can to make more privacy to everything registered in the blockchain, and could make everything more credible and more transparent. So that's from a technology point of view. And the second is from the operation model point of view, blockchain use the community operation model can really help the small to medium companies to find the resources from the community, rather than the traditional business model. You need to spend a lot of money to get your users. And the third part is the token incentives, and can incentivize people to contribute their resources. So in terms of the product level, Bottos will have a public chain in the fundamental infrastructure. So all the AIs can build their models based on Bottos public chain. And in the application levels, the AIs can find at least 4 kinds of resources in Bottos. So we will have a data marketplace for AIs to find the data to train the models, and the model marketplace to find users to use the model, and the computing power network to find the low cost of computing power for the AI models, and also the distributed data storage network to store the model and the data.
So let's bring this to a real-world example, just to try to really understand the platform. So a company like Google or Amazon, they create these voice assistants, an Amazon Alexa or a Google Assistant, for example. These require huge amounts of data, which these companies are able to get because they have a massive user base, and they can train their AI model on this. But smaller companies cannot necessarily compete on that scale because they don't have access to the data. So your platform is essentially a place where me, for example, can upload a recording of my voice, maybe, and many other people can. And I do that because the reward would be one of your tokens, a BTO token. And that data could be then used by a company to create a similar rival speech product to an Amazon Alexa or a Google Assistant. Is that the right understanding of it?
Yeah, so let me explain this a little more in detail. For example, you use Apple, you use Siri. So it's a kind of AIs using the voice recognition models. So they basically, on average, you need to have at least 10,000 to 15,000 voice each voice in 6 seconds to train one voice recognition models. So it's very difficult and high cost for the small to medium AI companies to get those data to train their models. But if you are a small AI companies, try to build this voice recognition model. So you can first build your model based on Bottos. Then you can find a much cheaper computing power in Bottos compared to use Amazon or Aliyun system, the cloud system. And you can also raise your data request. So for how many, what kind of the data you need to train a model, then the people in the community can provide those data. So you find your computing power and data to train a model. Then you can find a low-cost storage data storage in Bottos. You can store your model and your data in Bottos. Then the last one, once you train your model very well, you need to find the users. You may use the Bottos model marketplace to find more users to use your model. So it's really a whole ecosystem built based on blockchain. So that's a big picture of the blockchain, Bottos blockchain platform for AIs to use.
And so do you think that your platform could potentially be used to build rival products to some of these technology giants that could genuinely rival the scale that some of the large giants have?
Yes, we believe so. And so for example, so for right now, we have this issue. I think everybody recognizes that the data is controlled by the industry giant. So we have this data monopoly situations. So one of the ways that we figure out that use to build a decentralized data sharing marketplace can really help the small companies to find the data. And also the people in the community can be incentivized by the tokens, so not by the cash. So for the traditional model, you need to pay the market, you need to pay some companies to help you to collect the data and clean the data, tagging the data, then you can use the data. So the cost for the traditional way to do it is not efficient, and the cost is very high. So using the decentralized way, because there's no centralized organization there, so yeah, in the concept, it should have a lower cost than a centralized way. And because more people can contribute their data, then compared to the traditional way, you have a centralized organization to have a lot of employees to find those data, do the tagging and the cleaning. So in a decentralized way, more people can do it in the same time. So it should be more efficient. So low cost and more efficient, we think it could really help to solve this issue.
Tell me why you need a blockchain platform for this. Why can't it just be a website where you pay people for contributing to market research and potentially offering storage options on their own computers?
Yeah, as I mentioned before, blockchain has three aspects that can really help this part. From technology point of view, blockchain in a decentralized way, whatever you do, what data and what model, the process and the ownership is registered in the blockchain. So every step you move forward is registered in the blockchain. So everything is transparent and can be traceable. So it really creates a more credible situations for not just the AIs, for everybody to contribute their resources. This is from the technology point of view, the benefit the blockchain technology can bring. And the community is another big part, as we all know that Bitcoin, there's no company running Bitcoin. So Bitcoin is really run by the community. Every blockchain project aims to build the community as big as Bitcoin, so the people in the world can really run those blockchain projects by the community, not by any any individuals or any single companies.
So I just want to address some of the potential, I guess, challenges that you may face. One is with the BTO token. This is the token that's used as a reward for people using your platform, and I guess as a sort of currency on the platform as well. So we've seen a lot of air come out of the cryptocurrency markets as well. And I'm not saying yours is necessarily a coin that people are going to be trading loads, but at the same time, do you think that some of the negativity and sentiment around what we've seen in cryptocurrencies could actually hamper people trying your platform or hamper the growth of your platform?
Yeah, I think that's true. So overall, blockchain technology and the whole blockchain industry is still in the early stage. So actually, it's a bubble market, a hot market can really bring more resources, can really bring more capital and more human capital into the industry, which is a good part. But as we all know, the market is going down and down. So the capital and the people, they just hesitated to enter into this market. So it does have some negative effects to all the blockchain projects. So for us, for example, if you post a data request, you want 100 or 1,000 pictures to train your AI models, you definitely need to pay more tokens, and the people respond to those data requests. The number of the people respond will reduce at a certain level. So it does have the negative effect, but for us, I think we will build the product until we reach the product target of our project, and we also believe in the community. So the crypto world, every successful blockchain projects, we need to go through this up and down market. Eventually, we will go to the target we set up.
What do you think happens next in the crypto markets? Because we've seen, and I've been monitoring very closely, we've seen hundreds of projects just die, and these coins are worthless now. They're worth 0.00001 cent. So what do you think happens next? Do you think we see the market recover back to the highs we saw toward the end of the last year, or are we going to be in this period now where we continue to see falls, we continue to see the death of many projects in the market?
This is a very difficult question. I think nobody can predict the market, but I personally believe the market will not come back as high as the end of 2017. But on the other hand, I think it's a good thing for the market. So a lot of the scam projects, they will leave the market. So only the good ones leave. So that's a good thing for the whole industry and for the market. So the people in the community who still stay in the community, they are really the true believers, and they will contribute more resources. And when the market is going back, which I believe most of the people I talk to, they all believe the whole 2019 will not have a good year for the market. So I think it's really a good time for all the projects focusing on product development rather than market arbitraging, something like that.
2019, a quiet year for the crypto market. No more new record highs for Bitcoin.
Yeah, but you know that some issues, if most of the people, they make the consensus, the market will go in a certain way, then the market will eventually go the other way. So it's very difficult to tell.
I want to get back to Bottos and talk a little bit about what your broader ambitions are, because we've had a lot of discussions very recently, and even Sir Tim Berners-Lee, the inventor of the World Wide Web, he's come out and said that actually there's too much power, as you've mentioned, with some of the technology giants. We need a new style of internet. We need a decentralized internet that can help to disintermediate the power that many of these giants have. So what is a decentralized internet? Because it seems like your project is a part of that movement that's starting to happen now. And how do you see it playing out when it comes to trying to take away some of the power from the big companies?
I think from my understanding, the internet, the internet business model for all the industry giants, they already have a very good industry leading positions, and everyone is trying to build the entry barriers for their competitors and the new entrants. And those barriers are in three aspects. So one we just talked about is the data. If only the industry giants has the data, then no industry, no new players can compete with the industry giant. The second is the technology part. The internet technology is not something that you can build and I cannot build. You build this technology, and it just depends on how long and how much I invest. I can get to the technology level you have, but this is also one of the entry barriers for the other ones. The new competitors, they need to evaluate whether they need to invest those time and money to get to your technology. So the technology entry barrier is the second one. The third one is the users. So, for example, I already take the whole market, so everybody is using my apps. Then it's a nature barrier for the any new players who want to enter into this market. So really, blockchain and the Bottos, we're trying to use a decentralized way to create a new battle for the internet development. So for the three aspects we just talked about, for the technology part, all the blockchain projects, if you are really a blockchain projects, you are open sourced. So no technology entry barriers. So which means I develop a new blockchain projects, then you can copy mine. So this is everything is shared in terms of technology. So it's not a technology barrier industry. And the second, for the data we just talked about, there's a lot of ways that can incentivize people to share. So data should not be problems and should be a good points for the people to join this new competition. And the third one is the users. So the users is not in. So users is also encouraged by the community people. So the real blockchain people, we really believe that the community can change everything. It's not for the internet companies. You need to spend a lot of marketing expense to get new users and to keep the users in your applications. But in blockchain, you really need to use the community, this concept and people's mind in the community to develop your users. So it's really very different from the traditional internet business model. So that's what blockchain is trying to build, this new decentralized way to develop the internet into the next stage.
Wonderful, Xin. That's a fantastic insight, and we'll be watching very closely to see how much impact blockchain is going to have on the landscape of the internet. Xin Song, CEO and co-founder of Bottos, thank you very much.
Just a quick question. Where did you get the name Bottos from? What does it mean?
Oh, it's actually our team has the AI. Before we started Bottos, so we were doing kind of an AI project. So we really like the boats. So it's the boats and also the people who really love the boats. So combine them together is a Bottos.
Okay. Thank you for explaining that. Okay, mystery solved. Thank you very much, Haojun. Thank you very much, Xin Song.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're actually going to stay with blockchain now. So it's a really good segue because we're going to be talking to a company now that is a leading company and provider of blockchain products. And one of their missions is to try and make it easy for people to use and own cryptocurrencies, which is one of the topics we just discussed. So Cobo's flagship software wallet is called Cobo Wallet, and it just debuted in February of this year. And I do believe it has a number of innovative features. I'm sure we all want to hear what those innovative features are. So let's bring in to the stage Discus Fish, another very interesting name that I'm sure we all want to know the origin of, the CEO and co-founder of Cobo Wallet with Chen Chen. Once again, this is going to be an interview in Chinese, so please do put on your headsets for Channel 2 into English if you do so desire. Okay, Chen Chen, over to you.
Thank you so much, Mandy, for that. Good afternoon, everyone. It's Chen Chen again, reporter with CNBC based in Singapore. So coming up, we're going to have this session with Discus Fish, the CEO of Cobo Pay, a Cobo Wallet. Again, the interview is going to be done in Chinese, so turn to Channel 2 for translation. 那么接下来的一个环节呢，我们会继续讨论一下加密货币以及呢加密钱包。那么非常荣幸的请到了神鱼先生来到今天我们的现场啊。那么我第一个问题是，刚才 Mandy 他们也讨论了上一个嘉宾的这个名字，是不是区块链当中大家都会用一个化名来代表自己？这个神鱼这个名字是怎么来的？
其实，在早期的中国区块链，大家都是比较多的极客，大家都在QQ 群里讨论，所以大家一般都是匿名的，所以大家互相称呼都是 QQ 的名字或者一些花名，并且中国的区块链行业有一个很大的特点，那些公司或者产品的名字都喜欢采用动物的名字，比如说我们耳熟能详的别的大陆的矿机蚂蚁矿机，然后有很多的公司其实都采用了动物的名字，所以这也是一个原因。那我的名字其实是我的 QQ 的名字，我 QQ 名叫七彩神仙鱼，是一种鱼，所以被大家就这么叫下来了。所以中文的话，大家叫我神鱼。
OK，那当年是在 QQ 群里面跟其他一块儿做区块链的、做这个比特币的一些极客们在一起，那也能够证明您其实入行的时间不短了，因为现在大家都没有人用 QQ 群了，大家都用微信，对吧？那么另外呢，我第二个问题是，我听到说国内市场中的一些币圈流行语啊，那么第一个呢是币圈一天，人间一年。意思呢，说是这个加密货币，比如说比特币呢，它的这个波动性特别强，那一天的涨跌幅度呢，可能会超过其他资产1年的这个幅度。那第二句话我听到的是，牛市赚钱，熊市交朋友。那么对于最近的熊市，您是否交到了许多的朋友呢？
对，首先呢，最近是一个非常凄惨的熊市啊，因为我们能看到非常多的新闻媒体的报道。所谓的矿机论斤卖这样的很多的，全球有大概将近60到80万台的矿机处在一个淘汰的一个边缘，然后呢，很多的币价也发生了一个90%左右的一个跌幅，跌去了90%这样的一个状态。所以在这样的一个大的行业周期里面，所以有了上面这句话，熊市交朋友，大家都需要抱团取暖，然后共同来探讨未来的发展的可能性与方向。那么其实在这一过程中，像 Cobo， 其实我是比较早的，就是在了中国的区块链的行业里面，也经历过数字这样的周期。像我们的联合创始人蒋长浩博士也创立了中国第一家最早的区块链钱包币行，所以我们也都经历过多次的这样的行业大的周期，所以对行业的这种周期性，包括它的发展有着比较敏锐的判断。那么在这样的一个大的环境，这个熊市的一个周期里，我们就会做很多的一是人员结构上的这些优化，那么改善团队的战斗力，然后改良这些团队。那么上一句话呢，讲到是币圈一日，就是币圈一日，人间一年嘛。那其实反映的是在牛市里面这个区块链技术的快速的发展。因为我们在过去的1年半里面，其实看到了非常多各种技术方向上的突破和发展的可能性。那么在这样的一个牛市的时间里面，有大量的这样新兴的方向跟创业的方向在迭代。那么在这样的一个周期里，同时有海量的用户加入，那么很多的创业公司都处在一个蒙眼狂奔的状态，这样的一种状态中。那么一方面积累了大量的用户，但同时呢，也有很多的无论是技术上包袱，还是一些安全的隐患，所以我们在熊市里面需要聚集更多的力量，然后大家共同去解决过去的很长的一个这个周期里面存在的这些问题，然后去找到一些突破点。那么像上一次熊市在2015年的这样的一个周期里面，我们可喜的看到了像以太坊这样的新一代的区块链技术的诞生，其实也导致了过去这1、2年的区块链技术的快速的跟各行各业的普及。那么像2015年这样的一个牛市的周期里面，我们看到了像比特大陆这样的一个科技型的芯片企业的崛起，目前也是全球 TOP 10的这种芯片级的制造企业。那么我们可预测，在未来的这一段时间里，其实是区块链行业，特别是区块链行业的创业者非常宝贵的一段时间。大家可以不用像过去那段时间那么匆忙，可以静下心来思考行业过去发展一段时间里存在的问题，我们有哪些方法去改良改善这些问题。所以这段时间其实是很宝贵，所以我们也一直在思考，在这个创业的方向去迭代一些想法，无论是从团队方面还是从产品方面。
那么你们说这个在熊市区间的时候呢，大家要静下心来去看项目、看技术，把这个技术落地。那你觉得现在的一些比较有前景的项目和技术是哪些？那可能大家以前觉得很有前景，但是你觉得不太乐观的项目又有哪些？
其实在过去的1年里，有出现了大量的ICO这样的事项，很多其实所谓的白皮书里的项目，其实都非常难的快速的与现实生活落地。那么其实在未来的这一段时间内，我们觉得有几个大的方向可能会带来突破，能给整个互联网甚至跟 AI 数据领域也能带来很多的结合。那么第一个方向呢是这样的一个分布式存储的一套技术。那么目前呢因为数据的海量的这些数据的存储都是每一个 公司的实体来存储、来保存，那不能充分保证用户的权益跟隐私。那么在这样套分布式存储的框架之内，那么加上区块链的原生的经济激励和支付体系，能让数据的采集、使用、授权这样过程能极大的加速。那么我们也目前看到，在国外有一些非常好的这些技术路线在快速的迭代中，那么可能这是未来的一个突破点。那另外呢，像区块链底层的非常基础的设施，像钱包这样的基础设施，在过去的数年内也经历了一轮一轮的迭代。目前在安全性和易用性方面还在不停的去尝试。那么像 Cobo 这样的创业公司，我们是沿着这个方向，让打造一款易用同时又安全的区块链基础设施，让更多的人方便、安全、便捷的来使用区块链的技术。所以这些方向其实都是非常非常的对整个社会、对整个生态是非常有价值的一些方向。
好的。那刚才你说到你们的这个主要的这个产品，钱包哈 ，Cobo Wallet。那它的特点之一呢，其实你们是一个托管钱包，意思是中心化的一个钱包。其实刚才的嘉宾呢，还有很多大家是觉得区块链就是去中心化的。那你们为什么要反其道而行之？是一个为什么会是一个妥协吗？还是为什么考量这样？
其实是这样的，我们面向了不同的用户群体，提供了不同的钱包解决方案。我们提供了一站式的钱包解决方案。那么目前的区块链行业，大家所谓的去中心化，去的不是管理上的，而是这些节点、这些权益达成共识过程的这种中心化，不能让单个的实体能影响整个生态的生死权。那么在钱包方面呢，因为很多普遍的用户或者说很多小白用户、典型的互联网用户，他们没有这么多的密码学的经验，他不能很好的保证数字资产的安全，因为数字资产到用户的手里其实就是一串私钥，这个私钥就是一串随机数。那么大量的互联网用户他没有这些密码学的经验，他是很难妥善去保管这串随机数的。那我们在过去的数年里也观察到了非常多的这种黑客攻击的事件，因为整个区块链行业有一定的匿名性，所以黑客已经针对这个行业做了非常非常多的自动化攻击的工具。那么大概据统计，目前全球有30万名黑客时刻盯着在区块链行业。
就在上周刚刚爆发了一个比较大型的这个叫一个比较
一个非常知名的一个平台 Cobo 的钱包对发生了一次重大的非常戏剧性的黑客攻击事件。这是一款开源钱包，黑客通过修改了一个开源的库的一些权限，然后从而入侵了这个钱包，能获取到用户的私钥。那么其实我们有数据统计在2018年这不到12个月内发生了将近20几亿美金的失窃事件。那么所以我们看到大量的用户其实是没有这样的密码学知识和管理能力的，那么让他去管理私钥是一件非常危险和不道德的事情。所以我们 Cobo 呢，第一点面向这些大量的小白用户，我们提供了一套中心化的解决方案，让用户非常易用，能用互联网的用户体验来使用这款钱包。那么同时我们通过我们的内部的安全机制，然后通过我们一套非常先进的传统金融也经过校验的冷热隔离的一个方案，大部分的用户资产是完全离线存储在防核弹级别的这种设施里面的。那么也保证了互联网上常用的主动黑客的攻击也是很难去攻击、去窃取这里面的资产的。另外呢，我们面向不同级别的用户，像一些高端金融用户，我们会有一些专用的硬件的军工级的硬件钱包，提供给大家保额大量的用户资产。同时呢，我们还有一些去中心化的钱包，让用户能在区块链的世界里体验原生的区块链应用，像家猫这样的游戏。然后呢，最后呢，面向这些企业和机构用户，因为他们需要多人来协作，怎么去存储、使用、管理团队的资产。那么我们也提供了一套企业级的解决方案，让我们刚才这套解决方案软件一体化解决方案，然后复用给这些企业级的用户。所以其实我们是一套分级面向不同用户满足他们需求的，既有中心化也有去中心化的钱包解决方案。
好的。那我想呢， 这个我觉得钱包的生意可能跟整个大势也有关系的，因为如果在熊市的当中呢，可能大家没有那么多的动力去买币来拥有一个钱包。那如果是转到牛市的话，可能你们的生意还有未来的发展空间都会好一些。那么刚才你也提到说，这个区块链它可能是一个周期性的一个行业。那么现在我们是处于一个熊市，在下一轮牛市开始的时候，你觉得有可能是什么因素会触发下一轮牛市的开始？
因为每一次其实我们观察到区块链行业是一个很强的周期行业。首先呢，科技的发展，其实我们能看到是一种螺旋式创新的迭代。那么区块链是作为一种典型的这种技术，其实也有很明显的周期性。那么其实每一次这样的一个周期性的改变，其实都有一些拐点事情的发生。那么像上一次的周期性的发展呢，是以太坊这样的区块链智能合约平台，然后能融入生活的更多方面，而不单单是用区块链解决双重支付的这一问题，然后带来货币的这种使用。那么可能在未来的这一段时间内，能成为拐点的可能有2方面。第一方面，从政策上来看，像北美合规的这些条款、这些政策的确立，
比如说 ETF，
比如说 ETF 这样的金融产品，然后让很多的大型的传统金融机构能合法合规的去拥有使用数字资产，可能会成为一个引爆点。另一方面呢，像分布式存储这样的技术的革新，可能也能成为这样潜在的一个引爆点，所以这可能是未来2个比较重大的一个拐点。
好的，那在中国的监管呢，其实在态度上还是不鼓励持有币的，对吧？中国鼓励所谓的这个无币区块链，那您觉得以后对您的业务会有影响吗？以及你觉得中国这部分的监管会改变吗？
其实在中国，我们在2013年的时候，中国政府明确的说明了区块链或者比特币是一种商品。那么民众有自由参与买卖的这种自由。那么另外呢，在2017年，包括 ICO 这些事件的发生呢，那么其实中国政府呢后续强调对区块链技术的持续看好，让科技公司和地方政府可以大力的发展区块链的技术。那么在这样的一个背景之下呢，其实对于我们这样的创业公司，因为我们主要是做区块链行业的基础设施，让用户能使用体验区块链的技术，所以对我们的整体影响不是那么大。对。
OK， 那我最后一个问题哈，其实当你结婚的时候，没有给你的50个比特币作为结婚礼物，那么这些比特币呢，目前的价值比去年年底的时候呢，已经跌了超过78万美元。你的老婆对你说什么？
这是一个非常，其实。我和我老婆都是因为在区块链的早期的从业者，所以我们因为区块链相识。所以在我结婚的当天，我们通过区块链上当时还没有智能合约特有的一种方式，我们在区块链的区块头的一个字节里面写上了誓言，这些信息将永远的存在，并且我们选择了一个特殊的比特币地址，因为比特币地址是一串乱的字符，但是你可以通过碰撞让这些字符形成意义，所以选择了一串 Love U 这样的比特币地址，然后往这2个比特币地址里面挖掘了两个永恒的区块，那所有人都可以在这 Internet 上看到这个区块里的誓言。所以我们觉得可能这相对于钻石这一颗永远流传的这个物品来讲，可能我们这样的誓言或者这样的区块可能更有价值、更有意义。所以我老婆对这个事情也非常的开心。但是呢，过去的1年内，比特币的价值发生了比较大的波动。那对我们这样的对区块链技术非常看好的信仰者来讲，衡量的还是比特币，一个比特币还是一个比特币，而不是它的法币价值。所以对这个价格的波动呢，我老婆还是比较能接受的。
好的，非常感谢您。希望在你们10周年的时候，老婆还能得到50个或者100个比特币。非常感谢沈玉先生，非常感谢。
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Discus Fish and Chen Chen. Just stay right there because we're going to do back-to-back interviews here. Next, you've got a consumer finance platform company. Tell us a little bit about LexinFintech.
Well, next coming up, we're going to interview the CEO of LexinFintech. We're going to cover from P2P market in China to the so-called installment payments, which helped to boost this year's China Singles Day sales.
And once again, it is in Chinese, so do keep your headsets on if you've got them switched to Channel 2 for English.
Thank you so
much.
Thank
you, Chen Chen. Thank you.
好的，那么接下来呢，我们会接着来讨论一下这个金融科技啊。那非常的荣幸，请到了乐信金融科技的 CEO 肖文杰先生来到我们的现场，来讨论一下中国市场的金融科技。那首先呢，我想先介绍一下这个乐信金融科技下面的3块业务，分别是呢这个分期乐，意思是呢这个 installment happiness。那意思是呢，这个用消费来借贷来消费，每个月来还款。那么第二个呢叫做橘子理财，是做中国的 P2P 的市场。那第三个呢叫鼎盛资产，是一个互联网的金融开放平台。那么肖先生首先呢跟我们讲一下您的公司这3个业务如何的相辅相成，来促成在中国的这个金融科技上的增长。
OK， 好，大家好，很高兴能够来这里跟大家交流。其实刚才主持人讲到，我们有3个品牌，其实看起来是3个品牌，其实我们是一个业务，是吧？那其实我们的业务呢，就是面向中国的年轻人，给大家提供整个消费金融的一个服务。所以大家知道，其实分期乐其实我们主要是一个在线的一个购物商城，是吧？我们可能大家看起来跟京东和天猫差不多，但是我们跟京东、天猫最大的不一样，那就是我们只提供分期付款。所有的用户在我们这买东西都是分期付款的，是吧？那第2个业务呢，其实就是我们的橘子理财。其实大家知道，分期乐上面卖的那些手机，可能今天的 iPhone 已经很贵了，一个 iPhone 要到1万了，是吧？就是当一个用户买的手机，可能分到24期或者36期，就2年或者3年去还款。那其实这个资金的回笼速度非常的慢，那我们必须要找到足够的资金来借给这个用户去消费。本身我们乐信或者分期乐，我们不是一家借贷公司，说我们没有足够的钱，说我们来借给用户，说我们也不是银行，说那这里头就需要大量的整个的资金来借给这些年轻人，让这些年轻人能够去实现自己想要的梦想。是那橘子理财是我们的一个资金的一个渠道。那其实我们是橘子理财是面向中国的一些个人投资者，让更多个人投资者能够直接将钱借给我们平台上的这数千万的年轻用户去进行消费。那鼎盛资产其实是一个什么平台呢？它其实是一个技术的平台。是我们知道，其实中国的整个金融和资金的整个的最大的供给在哪里呢？其实还是在于金融机构。是那鼎盛资产其实我们就是一个技术平台，连接了中国的我们现在已经上百家的金融机构，像工商银行等等这些大的金融机构，我们都是通过鼎盛资产去帮助它做好连接。也就是说，用户我们现在实现的体验是什么样子的？用户在分期乐平台上去买一台手机，或者去借一笔钱，从他申请到审核通过，再到最后的钱到账到用户的银行卡账号，其实这个过程是秒级完成的。所以那其实我们就是有3个品牌，其实做的是同一个大的事情，
一个生态圈，
对，一个大的事情，对。
OK， 那我们下面分别来说一下这个分期还款啊。那其实呢，你们是这个中国分期购物电商模式的这个可以说是开创者之一。那现在你们跟苹果、宝洁、OPPO、vivo 还有美的等等啊，都是建立了官方的合作，已经呢成为这个销售量仅次于京东还有天猫的第3大互联网的渠道还有一个数据呢说，你们的这个平台上面10个使用这个分期乐来还款的用户当中，有6个是95后。也就是1995年之后生的年轻人。那么这是不是意味着现在中国的年轻人的消费观念不一样了？我们会不会看到年轻人当中的这个背负的借贷会有一个快速的上升？
其实我们看到，其实中国整体的居民负债率其实还是非常的低的，尤其是跟美国等等这些发达国家来看，都是属于一个比较低的水平。那另外一个我们可以看到，其实在过去这几年的一个时间里头，大家可以看到，哎呀，好像整个消费金融和飞机消费这个市场增长得非常的快，所以那确实增长得快。那这里头其实很重要的原因是，由于中国原来传统的是没有这样的服务，几乎是没有这样的服务。所以传统的，你说我们大家在中国生活这么多年的朋友，大家可以自己回顾一下，如果你现在说我现在急需要3000块钱或者5000块钱，谁能借给你呢？去银行几乎不大可能，是吧？因为银行给你办一笔贷款，给你借100万和给你借5000块钱， 它所要履行的程序和履行的流程几乎是一样的。所以这里头意味着整个银行的整个现有中国金融体系的整个成本结构不支持他们来做这么小额的消费金融。那我们可以看到，其实我们算是在这个市场里面最早进入这个行业的，是吧？我们甚至比京东和天猫都还要再早半年时间。那大家可以看到，在过去的这几年时间里面，我们大家共同的在一个这样的一个空白的这个市场里头，几乎是空白市场里面，我们共同的去教育了这一个这样的一个人群，说中国的年轻人确实原来是没有负债，原来大家借钱只能像我刚才提的那个问题，借钱找谁？说没有任何的机构可以给他提供服务，大都是找朋友、找亲朋好友、找父母，是吧？找各种各样的人借。那你知道，这是中国是个人情社会，大家都会碍于情面，说不好意思去借嘛。所以其实传统的这些需求都在，无非这些需求都在民间。那今天呢，就是我们借助于最新的一些技术，是吧？尤其是我们最近这2年可以看到一些最新的一些 AI 的技术，包括整个大数据的一些大数据，包括等等的一些智能化的算法方面，我们可以很好的开始利用技术和移动互联网的一些优势，开始切入到一个小额的消费金融的这个市场里头。因为小额消费金融最大的问题，我刚刚说到了，就是它的成本结构。它的成本结构包含着2个部分，第一个部分是来自于你的坏账，你的不良率到底能控到什么程度？所以我们知道，其实传统的中国的一些小贷的公司，其实也做过，他们的坏账率普遍都比较高的。那我们其实做这个行业，其实大家可以看到，我们的财报也是每个季度在更新，所以我们的整个不良率一直控制在90天以上的不良率，一直在1.5左右，所以我们是非常非常稳定的。所以那其实当我们把整个的一个成本降下来以后呢，其实大家知道，其实借助于互联网快速的这样的一个规模化的优势，其实我们很快速的就在中国的这个市场里面获得高速的增长，是吧？其实你但就回到刚才，其实我们也看到几个非常有趣的现象，是吧？那就是中国的这些年轻人，他们有着比较旺盛的消费。我们从最开始，我们刚开始做的时候，像手机这样的一个品类，大家都认为是小额，但大家没看到，我们自己看到的是什么？用户从买一台手机开始分期，培养了习惯以后，开始买一件 T 恤、买一双鞋子都开始分期，甚至最近，当我们的整个的额度跟微信支付联通以后，我们看到很多用户打个滴滴都开始用分期了。是吧？包括我们还看到，其实中国的整个这些年轻人整个消费行为呢，从原来比较集中在1线城市，我们现在看到它已经在2线、3线，甚至5线城市，连西藏我们的用户增长都非常的快。
OK。
是吧？其实这是一个社会发展的一个必然嘛。
那么同时呢，其实比如说我刚才提到了今年中国的双11购物节当天啊，在你们的分期乐平台上的借贷量呢是翻了2倍，而你们的用户呢去参加双11购物节的人数比去年增长了50%。那可以说呢，中国电商的发展跟借贷公司是一个相辅相成的一个产业。那您觉得你们的这个增速跟中国电商的增速会在一个频道上吗？
其实我们可以看到，其实过去这几年很多电商的整个的增长，包括淘宝和京东，他们的增长，其实消费金融都给了他们很大的一个助力。所以我们其实，在双11，我们每年都在创下新高。所以并且大家可以看到我们的数字，我们的整个的电商的这一块，就分期消费这一块，我们的增长的速度是能够达到50%以上的。是吧？那其实我们对比整个的同行业来看，分期消费其实它的增速都是比较偏快的。是吧？那其实我们看到，其实在过去这几年，中国的电商，大家看到有一些不一样的东西了。不一样的是什么？就是我们看到传统的大的平台，大家的增长速度都开始变得不是那么的快。因为在今年，是吧？我们可以看到，其实大的平台很多增速度开始变慢了。那中国的整个的消费，其实是在2端，其实看到了一些不一样的变化。第一端呢，就是中国的消费升级，是吧？更多的一些人希望买一点好的东西。享受更有品质的整个的一些消费，那其实享受有品质的这个消费呢，其实乐信、分期乐，我们其实切中的是这一部分市场，我们帮助更多用户能够买更好的一些东西，因为好的东西贵嘛，它更需要整个金融服务。所以我们可以在我们平台上有一个数字，其实也是比较有趣的一个数字。我们可以看到，其实在国内，苹果跟 iPhone 的iPhone 跟安卓的手机的销量，一般来说是每出货1台苹果要出货9台 iPhone， 那个安卓的。但在
1台苹果9台安卓。
对，一台苹果9台安卓，在分期乐平台上面，我们看到是50%对50%。是更多的整个的一个想买好手机的用户会来我们这里使用我们的服务。 那还有另外一段呢，那其实就是中国的整个消费，就是电商整个一个很多消费其实也一部分降级。所以我们可以看到，过去这2年，很多9块9包邮，包括49块钱买一件包邮的皮衣的一些电商公司也增长得非常的快。其实我觉得这是一个非常有趣的一个现象。
那接下来我们来说一下这个中国的 P2P 市场啊，那么可以说呢，在近来啊，比如说自2016年以来呢，这个中国的 P2P 机构从近3500家，是到今年的6月底下降到了1800家左右，感觉是把一些可能是这个单纯的追求高收益，然后不太控制的风险的一些平台，慢慢的这个筛选掉了。您觉得现在已经到筛选的底了吗？你还是觉得这1800家当中还可以再淘汰一部分？
其实我讲一个数字，大家可以听一下。其实在中国，其实中国的所有的金融机构，包括这些商业的银行，总共2000多家。虽然说中国是一个很大的国家，也有很多的人口，金融需求非常的旺盛，但大家觉得真的 P2P 几千家存在是合理的吗？中国有这么多从业的人才吗？是吧？传统的这些，最开始大家知道。P2P 最开始蓬勃发展的时候是做企业类的整个借贷服务的，传统的金融机构这么多年的积累和风险管理都做不好的市场，你认为这些 P2P 机构能做得好吗？首先我的观点，我个人认为中国市场不需要这么多。所以过去几年，其实它的整个的一个高速发展，其实坦白说，其实还是在于中国本身的钱还是很多，大量的钱没有整个投资的出口。不知道去投什么，唯一能买的就是房子，股市其实你知道中国的股市表现是欠佳的，那大家只能买 P2P， 所以 P2P 呢，就是过去几年虽然说高速的增长，但其实它带来了很多一些问题，其实大家今天所看到的一些问题，所以我认为其实这个洗牌的过程还会加速。
要洗到什么程度？你觉得才是我们这个市场可以了，然后再让这些良性的平台开始逐渐的自己来成长？
市场上有一种说法啊，就大家可能比较一致的一点的观点，其实中国可能最终剩下的是一个100位数，而且是小100位数的这样的一个
10%。
估计可能差不多这种数字，是吧？有个100来家其实足够了。因为这真的是说，中国其实没有这么多的整个的一个优秀的公司能够去做好这个事情。因为本身来说，金融本身是一个有着较高壁垒的事情，尤其是在现在的这个新的金融 Fintech 这个领域里头，不是谁都可以出来做的。因为你要构建你的基础壁垒，
没错，
你要懂得对风险有基本自信。
那你觉得我们现在离这个洗牌结束还有多长时间？
我觉得其实这个我们也期望它尽快的洗完，但是整个的过去几年，中国的整个的一些政策，其实在不断的会变得更加的谨慎，不断的会推迟，
政府的政策都会比较的
不断的更加谨慎，因为确实这个行业还是有一些问题，是吧？那包括其实。在备案的这个过程一再的推迟，是吧？最近其实我们跟很多监管包括很多去沟通，其实大家一致的观点是，一定是质量服从于时间，是吧？我们需要更长的时间来让整个的行业能够出清，是吧？只有当整个的行业变得更加的没有那么浮躁了，能够更加规范了，所以这个行业的春天才会真正的到来。是，我们认为整个的一个出清的过程是还需要一段时间，但整个行业的底部基本上形成。
那刚才你们也说到，你们公司其实违约率是相较行业中比较低的。那么你们是如何在这个大浪淘沙的这个一轮当中能够挺到最后呢？你们公司有什么样的优势？
我觉得我们核心其实我们成立的第一天开始，我们就专注在个人的小微的消费金融，是吧？我觉得首先这一点上，我们就是小额分散了。是吧？我们平台上平均每一笔用户的消费平均差了3000块钱，是吧？甚至我们用户借款100块钱，我都会借给他，我们都可以借得到的。所以这是天然的分散的风险。第二个呢，其实你要知道，当我们服务这些小微的个人的时候，真正的最新的这些技术才能产生作用。 是吧？比如说我们今天基于整个的移动互联网，是吧？用户在使用我们的服务的时候，我们会让用户授权一些信息给我们，我们可以通过一些算法去看知道这个用户可能喜欢阅读什么，曾经购买过什么，对什么感兴趣等等，有一系列的一个变量来对一个用户的做出准确评估。我们今天对于我们的用户一个用户的评估有7000多个变量，我们最新的 AI 的算法对一个人的收入的预测，我们精确在1000元左右的1000元左右的这个差别上面，我们的准确率能达到80%。所以说，我觉得其实今天包括人脸识别等等这些最新的技术，都可以很好的应用到整个的一个小微的消费金融领域。所以说，我觉得我们善于对新的这些技术的使用，保障了我们整个的风险是非常可控的。
好的，非常感谢肖文杰CEO 乐信金融科技的 CEO 肖文杰先生带来的分享，非常感谢您。谢谢。
Thank you very much to Jay Wenxie Zhao and also Chen Chen. Thank you very much for doing double duty there. We just have one more fireside chat to go before we're going to take a quick break for some coffee and networking or whatever you please. But let me introduce to you our next guest and company. So this is actually a non-profit company, and it was established in Hong Kong. And the idea is that it was established for industry professionals to be able to have an autonomous platform to identify and evaluate risks, digital risks and challenges that are out there to the stability of our financial system. Sounds like a pretty important thing to do. So the question is whether or not they can also provide the solutions. So let's welcome to the stage now Anselmo Teng, who is the chairman of AFS-it, also hosted by none other than Jeff Cutmore. Jeff, over to you.
Hi. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Anselmo.
Please,
welcome.
Come and have a seat. Sure. Please have a seat. Good. Good. So I think at this juncture, it's quite interesting to have this conversation because we've spent a lot of time over the last 2 days talking about the wonderful opportunities in AI, fintech, the cloud, where we might see innovation and how disruptive that can be. One of the things we haven't really spent so much time on is perhaps some of the unintended consequences of using this technology and actually those who may be involved in the field for nefarious reasons. So that's why it's a great opportunity to have a conversation with you about how you now see these challenges. Just perhaps assess for us how big a problem or issue this currently is.
Yeah. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you for inviting me to be here to share the ideas with you and the audience. You see, the way a regulator sees financial innovation is that there are opportunities and challenges. Of course, fintech and the resulting products or services will be good for the development of the industry, and hence will benefit the consumers, the business, etc. But of course, there will be a lot of risks alongside. Of course, the regulators, in fact, there is a saying that the regulators can never catch up with financial innovation. But from my point of view, I believe that the regulators worldwide, in fact, realize this problem, and the attitude has become more open. I can see this from different levels. You see, from international level with these international standard-setting bodies like the Basel Committee of Banking Supervision or the FATF. You see, they have been concentrating on coming up with guidance papers to address these problems. I can give an example, and their attitude is very open indeed. You see, there was this FATF EAG Fintech RegTech Forum in Hangzhou in early September this year. And of course, the alliance, I'm representing the Alliance for Financial Stability with Information Technology was also there. Apart from us, there are fintech companies from the private sector and also regulators, and as well as financial institutions. The fintech companies from the private sector, in each of their presentations, they focus how they comply with these requirements, regulatory requirements, when they develop the product, which is very clear. And then the financial institutions may show how they comply with these requirements, how they apply technology to address these issues. And of course, some regulators also present their recent changes of law or some new legislations to address this problem.
Okay.
I believe step by step, this gap can be bridged.
Well, let's address some of those issues. Perhaps there are entrepreneurs in the room who are actually building out systems at the moment who are thinking about resilience and robustness and how to prevent them becoming manipulated to damage financial stability. Perhaps share with us some best practice in terms of technical solutions that might be built in or might be offered as a way of preventing some of the issues you've discussed.
Yeah. You see, one of the priorities of the Alliance is to come up with these guiding principles for digital KYC standards, which was an outcome of the inaugural forum of the Alliance, the AFS-it, in May in Hong Kong this year. And one of the outcomes of the forum was the creation of a work group from the regulators of Asian countries. And together we will come up with a standard, and then hopefully they can be implemented by the regulators. The guiding principles comprising, you see, a lot of guidelines in a way, like how to comply with regulations nationally and internationally, transparency, addressing privacy issues, etc. But more importantly, you see, the technical arm of the Alliance also came up with solutions on addressing this problem. One of which is this, I would say, in general terms, is a authentication system. And basically, it involves the digital ID concept. And through live facial recognition, somebody's ID can be identified. I would say that, you see, IP is not necessarily a very good security for ID, because you see your handphone may be stolen and misused. Somebody else may use your cell phone or your computer. But with the ID, that means your face is the password. So in terms of security and in terms of customer due diligence, know your customers, there will be a big step forward.
So an interesting way, perhaps using the whatever the fintech product is, using its own intelligence and its own systems, perhaps to provide authentication as a second line of or a third line of defense to whatever they already have. Well, let me move on and just ask you about uniformity of application of regulations around fintech, because I think one of the concerns for those who might be thinking of operating across borders is here you are in Hong Kong with your set of ideas and your alliance, but in other parts of the world, in the States, you have other organizations who are working on principles. In Europe, the same thing is going on with a much more severe focus perhaps on privacy issues. How do you come up with or will we get to the stage where there is a uniform set of standards that all businesses can understand and operate with? Because every day we continue to read about data breaches and other problems with fintech.
Yeah, that's a very good point to make, Jeff, really. And I was mentioning about this work group comprising countries from Asia, including Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines, Singapore, etc. And together, in fact, a draft has been prepared already, and it is under circulation. In fact, that draft, we sent the draft for review also by the FATF and also by the IMF. So there is an international element to it. And you see, the draft has been based on on international requirements and also on how we see the standards will go. Because after this forum I was mentioning earlier, which took place in Hangzhou, the FATF held a plenary in mid-October, and they announced that they will come up with guidance papers also on digital KYC, digital ID, plus others. You see, at different levels, for example, FATF published standards, then jurisdictions has to comply. Otherwise, in any mutual evaluation carried out by FATF or in the Asia-Pacific region by the Asia-Pacific Group on Money Laundering, if any jurisdiction has been assessed as non-compliant, then the economy and the financial sector will be influenced very, very negatively. And you see, going back to this uniform standard, this draft of these guiding principles really has built into this element of uniformity for everybody to apply. That's why the creation of the work group. Of course, you see, the alliance was only established in March in Hong Kong this year.
Yes.
And of course, we are moving forward, but step by step. The first focus is for Asian countries. Of course, we touch base with international organizations, but then we will see how it moves. Because my colleagues and myself have been visiting the regulators in Asia recently, including Malaysia, Singapore, Cambodia, etc. And on the other hand, we can see also this is an international perspective.
So things are rolling forward, clearly.
Yes.
What we've heard a lot of on this stage is that one of the advantages that China has for early stage AI or cloud or fintech companies using those technologies is that the government appears willing to allow some experimentation before moving to a formal system of regulation when they understand better what the risks are. Could you talk a bit about the Chinese context and how they might work with your organization?
You see, we have also been in touch with the relevant department under the People's Bank and also with the CBIRC. And of course, on one hand, they will try to address the problem or potential problems the way they see it. And they will come up with notices, guidelines to address those issues. And as you said, when they find out more, I guess they apply to every regulator. That's why part of the reasons of the implementation of sandbox by some regulators, for example, the Hong Kong Monetary Authority or the MAS. And after this pilot run through the sandbox, the kind of risk or the level of risk can be identified to a fuller detail and in a much more clear manner. So in this case, regulations, guidelines can come up with to address this problem.
Clearly, different regulatory areas have different experiences depending on how the financial economy has developed in those areas. There is, though, I often hear among the fintech community concern that actually the regulators are very much behind the innovation and that they're constantly playing a game of catch-up. So maybe as we finish here, could I just ask for your impressions on that? Is it a fair assessment that in many economies still the regulators are too slow at understanding the technology and where it's going? Or is that an unfair criticism?
I believe it's a little bit unfair because on one hand, at international level, for example, I remember the statement made by the 4th Asian meeting of finance ministers has clearly addressed this need for finance innovation. But at the same time, the risk has to be tackled, which, in a way, maintaining financial stability. And at national level, this is a very important issue as well. So with this implementation, at international level, at country level, the standards have to be established, and the guidelines have to be in line with. Because the most important thing is, each jurisdiction may have different situations or different kinds of risk. For example, a country with a lot of overseas workers involving remittances back home, the level of risk may be different from a country which don't have as many overseas workers as in one country. As we all know, remittance can be a conduit for money laundering. So how they address this issue is very important. But of course, the standard is already there, like the recommendation 10 or recommendation 15 of FATF already addresses the problem. It's a matter of updating it. And in some cases, for a financial institution, they may work with a fintech company to develop products. Or inside the financial institution, the IT department and the business department may come up with good, new products. But in my opinion, the compliance department in any particular financial institution should be involved as well, so they know the compliance requirements in the early stage of development.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that will help to reduce the gap, really.
Yeah, and that's interesting because I don't think it's the first thing that a lot of entrepreneurs think about as they're starting up their exciting new business. Should there be some kind of regulatory aspect to the early part of how they develop their business model? And Selmo, it's been very interesting talking with you. Thank you so much for helping us out with this. And clearly, we look forward to seeing how this phase of regulation and enforcement develops.
Sure, thanks.
Thank you so much for that, Anselmo Teng.
Sure, thank you.
And Jeff, I have a question for you.
Oh,
Actually,
dear.
I've got two questions.
Oh dear.
Oh, here we go. 2 for 1 deal. First question, when did you join CNBC?
Oh, 1990.
Must have been a long time ago if you can't even remember.
1994, maybe?
94?
Yeah.
Seriously?
Seriously.
Okay, well, I take my hat off to you.
That is a long time ago. That dates me, doesn't it?
I defer to you. I joined in 2000.
Wow.
Right, so 18 years for me and many more for you.
Yes.
Right. In
Eons.
which case, I am going to ask for your advice.
Go on.
What advice would you give the audience for why they need to come back after this next short coffee break?
Ah, okay. So if you want to see Arjun getting to grips with Hulk Hogan or Tombstone, then you do want to come back, right? Because he's going to have a very interesting conversation about how the grappling world, the professional wrestlers, fit into this bigger story around technology that we're discussing. And not only are we going to hear about how he gets to grips with Tombstone and Hulk Hogan and all those guys from WWE, I think we're also going to learn a lot about baseball and what's happening in American football and some of the other major league sports around the world. So I think it's going to be fascinating.
I think it is going to be fascinating. And we've also got Telenor, the multinational Norwegian telecoms company, on tap as well, straight after the coffee break. So 2 great reasons to come back, Telenor and the big sports panel too.
I would even bet on everybody returning
in
a sporting sense.
Maybe we can even, in fact, Arjun let me into a little secret.
Did he?
You know, you might think he's this sort of techie dude, you know, young Silicon Valley looking kind of guy. He said that when he was growing up, he was a massive WWE fan.
Right.
Who would have thought?
I think you've probably given away too much about Arjun already.
I guess he's going to rip off his tech shirt and he's going to have a WWE outfit underneath. Well, anyway, do make sure that you come back for the last part of the day. We're going to end on a high. Have a coffee break, enjoy, mingle, and come back at 5:30. So in about 20 minutes' time from now. So, Jeff, thank you very much. Thanks for your advice. And thank you to Anselmo Teng as well.
Thank you.
Good.
Thanks.
Good.
Thanks, Jeff.
Good. Excellent.
Welcome back, everybody. Good to see you. We're in the home stretch for day 2 of East Tech West. I'd just like to take you back on a journey down memory lane. Think about when you were a kid. What kind of phone did you use? Was it maybe a finger dial? Was it maybe even on the wall? Yep, some people are nodding here. Yep, that was what I had. And if you wanted to get a message to someone quickly, particularly on the other side of the country or the other side of the world even, did you use a telegram service? Yeah, we all remember telegrams. And if you wanted to ring someone in another country for a birthday or a special occasion, it was quite a big deal, right? An overseas call was very expensive. But telecommunications have come a very long way. So we're not just talking now about me connecting with you, we're talking about the Internet of Things, so machines connecting with other machines. So what kind of future do telecoms hold for us? Let's maybe cruise the brain of an expert in the field, of someone who's been in Asia for over 20 years, in fact. Håkon Scholl is the Senior Vice President and Partner and External Relations Asia at Telenor Group, the Norwegian multinational telecommunications company. And joining us once again is Sherry Kang from CNBC. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Thank you, Mandy. Thank you very much. So, Håkon, great to be here with you. And obviously, when we're talking about the future of telcos, we need to start with 5G. What is it going to do to your company and the industry?
Well, it's a very good question, and I think right now there's, in our industry, it's been characterized through waves of new technology, and a lot of people have a lot of high hopes for what 5G will bring. But if we take one step back, this is not kind of a revolutionary technology. It's an evolution of technology which is already out there. So what's going to be much more interesting when it comes to 5G is the use cases that 5G will support. And here, I think it's been mentioned earlier from this podium and this stage today, it's most probably more kind of a business-to-business type of network, more than a consumer network, at least to begin with. 2017 was the first year where we kind of started to do testing on 5G in the world. The standard has just been released, and you are sitting with an antenna and a computer to see whether the signal actually works. 2018, we have seen, I would say, more pioneering solutions where you see applications of the network, for instance, in Korea during the Olympics, where drones were doing cameras. And I think in 2019, we expect that you will see islands of 5G coverage, which is going to be much more for piloting and testing, bringing the kind of network to a larger group of users so that we can start to see what kind of services will actually go on top of this network.
I think it's very good point that you just mentioned, how it's really about how we decide to use the technology, how to revolutionize the way we interact and communicate. Then how do you think we're going to manage to make 5G really work for us so that it's actually revolutionary for us?
First, I do think that we need to start focusing on what kind of use cases does this network support. And I think our esteemed colleague here from Huawei this morning spoke very much about, what does this do? It gives a greater bandwidth, it gives greater speed, and it has latency, which is much lower, which means that it's very, very suitable for heavy data transfers. We think that the first use case that you will see is predominantly going to be in smart cities and autonomous vehicles, because autonomous vehicles actually do need a latency which is very low to be safe. The second thing is most probably within healthcare. There's a lot of healthcare that requires remote access, and it would be possible to do real transfers using this network in remote areas. And then the third thing is most probably going to be around more industrial manufacturing, which requires robotics, for instance, where you need to have connectivity. This is also a place where the 5G network will be very important.
I just want to touch on another tech buzzword, which is IoT. I mean, Mandy was just talking about how we're in an era where we talk about connecting not with me and you, but machine A to machine B. Will 5G be a lot meaningful than people think at this point?
I do think that, as a telco industry, we've kind of gone from connecting people via voice and data. We've gone from to connecting people to the internet, and then we've also focused on connecting people to life-enhancing services, whether that is banking, whether that is ride sharing, food delivery. And I think what we're going to focus on in the next era is all going to be about connecting things and things connected to things. So it's not necessarily between a person and a thing, but it more so possibly between different types of machines. I don't think that 5G, 5G will certainly be helpful, but there are already solutions out there. And in September, we launched the narrowband IoT network in Norway, which covers 70% of the Norwegian geography, which means that we are already now, in a way, trying to kind of experiment on an industrial scale, no longer in pilots and tests, where you allow businesses to actually get access. And I do think that you will see, waste bins and fire alarms and, all these types of appliances, electrical readers, which can be connected, will start to scale this year. We are launching our Telenor 2019 tech trends on the 3rd of December, and we see that we are kind of going from small scale to big scale in 2019. 5G is most probably not going to have a big impact on this in 2019, but beyond 2020, we should see, when we start to see deployment of real large-scale 5G networks, to see some sort of an impact.
And I think you're one of the, of course, we've had great speakers on this podium, but you're perfect for this kind of chats because your company operates in Europe and some of the Asian countries, ex-China. Can you draw a comparison between East and West in terms of how ready they are, how willing they are to receive 5G and all these other technological advancements? Do you feel it?
Well, I think it's more meaningful, Sherry, to talk about the service level rather than to talk about the network. The network there is to support the service level. And 10 years ago, there was no doubt that there was a big difference in consumer usage of services between the East and the West. More developed markets were far more advanced. But we launched our service in Myanmar 3 years ago, a country which was without proper telecommunication infrastructure for many, many decades. And within a time span of 3 years, the country has, in a way, leapfrogged from nothing to being at par, and even better than many of its ASEAN neighboring countries. So you have penetration of mobile phones in the country, which is now between 93 and 95%. Smartphone penetration hovers around 73%, which is, outstanding if you think about where they came from. Now, what has then happened when device penetration picks up is that you see people start using the same services. A Myanmar consumer is not less interested in messaging services. It's not less interested in being able to, email, chat, etc., and watch the same amount of funny cat videos as we do anywhere else on the planet. So the consumer behavior are coming together. Then, of course, on the planet today, there are approximately 5 billion people which are connected through a mobile device. They have a connectivity on a mobile device, which means that there are still some which are unconnected. And one of the things that I think we need to strive for as an industry is to come forward with services which are relevant to them. Less than 60% or less than 60% of the people that have a mobile phone today are real active internet users. And that is most probably because they don't see a reason to use. And maybe their digital literacy is so low that they do not know how to use. And then you need to kind of make services which are more relevant. Snapchat might not be for the farmer on the countryside of Bangladesh. It might be an agri-product which tells them food prices or commodities prices which are more relevant.
I think it's very interesting how the running theme, we didn't really plan on this theme, but we've been hearing from a lot of guests today and yesterday how AI is a sort of this equalizer in a lot of ways. Do you feel that way in your industry as well? Not just about AI, but technological advancements. Is that the point that you were just making?
Yeah, I do think that there is a lot of talk about big data, but there is one thing to have a lot of data. The other thing is to know how are you going to make that data and put that data into use so that customers get better services and that we can deliver services that are meaningful in society. So I think in that sense, artificial intelligence can be a part of that. We've ourselves made an investment in the Norwegian Open AI Lab. And the reason for that is that we think that this is not a one industry type of effort. It needs to be a collaborative efforts in a greater ecosystem. And we learn so much working with all kinds of other businesses, predominantly Norwegian. This is hosted in Norway. And that part of it is actually creating so much new knowledge and insight on how we can use our data sets, which we are getting from our business, in collaboration with others to make better services.
Let me pick up on the last point that you just made. So basically, you're a telco company, network provider, but having to sort of flirt with AI because you have to. It's an era where we sort of need to collaborate on a lot of different levels. Then, speaking from your industry, do you feel like you're going to see more vertical and horizontal and perhaps cross-platform kind of consolidation down the road because we're also collaborating? Is that the new trend that you're going to see?
Well, I do think that we are going to focus on being better 100-meter runners, and then we will collaborate with other great 100-meter runners than trying to be a 10-fighter type of champion. And I think that division of work, and I think you've seen so many good examples of that today, where you see startups coming in, finding a niche in an underserved need, which they are addressing, using existing technology and platforms that are out there to kind of get a new business idea, up and running. And I think what we will see is much greater collaboration. I mean, a telco used to build everything, we used to build towers. We built brick and mortar, we bought steel, and we built all this. Most telcos today don't build these antennas themselves. We have professional tower companies that actually does that for us. So I think you will see, in a way, a value network develop more than a value chain. And I do think that's more useful also in a more digital economy.
What's your observation regarding all these trade tensions that we're seeing between China and the U.S.? And I'm not going to talk about the tariffs on soybeans and pork meat that we're talking about on CNBC all the time, but what about the telco business cybersecurity issues? Because we do see some of the Chinese companies sort of getting caught in the crosshairs.
I think it's really, really important to kind of separate what's trade issues and what's our real security issues. I do think there's been a lot of conversation also yesterday and today around the importance of making sure that you safeguard your customers' data. Our customers trust us with their data every day, and it's our obligation to make sure that that data is safe. Then, of course, governments do their bit by having good data protection acts. They put in place regulation, which is also a part of this. And I think it's really important that we don't mix these two things up. Also, one thing which was mentioned here today, which I think is true, innovation requires transparency and openness, right? I was truly inspired by our friend from VIPKid. I mean, the way she talks about the value network and the way that you actually share to create understanding and solutions across borders is, in a way, what innovation is all about. So I think let's see. I mean, the current trade scenarios, they come and go. Hopefully this is going to be with us for some time, and then we will sort this out.
What is Telenor doing in order to make sure that you send the message out in terms of we are making sure that we are not exposed to security vulnerabilities?
Well, first and foremost, we are following local laws and regulations, and of course we have our own standards. Then, of course, there is always a strive to be ahead when it comes to cybersecurity. We work with our partners to deliver that. And then on top of that, we have regulators which are in Europe, for instance. GDPR has been mentioned here also today, is something that we as an operator operating in the Scandinavian markets are, of course, complying with. But we also see that these are the tendency and the trends among Asian governments are very similar. So there's not a big difference. So we have to be rigorous and vigilant in the way that we do this, both in terms of the IT infrastructure that we put out, but also people issues. I mean, cybersecurity issues don't only stem from hacking and burglary. They also stem from not having the right safety and security culture in the company, and we place a lot of emphasis on that.
There is a chatter about how this internet connectivity is sort of becoming commoditized. It's sort of like water or electricity. Is that a fair assessment? And how do you run Telenor to make sure that you're still moving the revenue needle?
Well, I think first, if we were having this conversation 3 years ago, we would most probably be having a conversation about the rise of OTTs and, everyone is going digital and, the telcos would be in a very, very difficult position. And I do believe that even in our own industry, there's been a lot of soul searching on this point. But when you look at the amount of, it's really, really fun to be in an industry where our consumers every day just want to use more. So if you see the usage, that means that connectivity is actually something that there is a demand. Secondly, I do think that a lot of projects which started out around digitalization was kind of very, very broad term and very general. I think we've come to realize that as part of that digitalization process, there is very few processes which are without connectivity. So the relevance of connectivity has not become less. In our view, I think connectivity has actually become even more important. And you see it. I mean, think about it. Let's do an experiment. Let's say that the network suddenly disappeared. I'm seeing now at least 30% of the audience looking down on their phones. You would at least have to, you would lose have to focus more on us than on your screen because the network wouldn't be there. So I think there is, you don't know what you miss until you don't have it. And I don't think that people really realize the complexity of actually delivering this infrastructure because we sort of take it for granted a little bit.
And we have about 30 seconds to go. And I want to get your thoughts on your campaign of affordable connectivity. We're not talking about revenue. What is it about?
So we think that that everybody should be connected, and that means that if you believe that you need to search for operating models which would allow for an affordability level, which can sustain a farmer in Pakistan, a factory worker or a garment worker in Bangladesh, and someone a young student in Myanmar, and that means that we will continuously strive to make that happen. On the other side, on the internet part, it's more about, we believe in an internet for all. We don't believe in an internet for the few, right? And it's really, really important that we get everyone along on the internet revolution. And to do that, it's not only about price, because you would be surprised about the willingness to pay for internet services in a country like Myanmar, for example. But it's more about finding relevant and meaningful content and services that people think actually enhances their lives, more than in a way just playing small games and stuff. So it's for them, in many emerging markets, this is more about and less about entertainment. Yes, they want entertainment as well, but it's more about utility services which enhances life. And I think we are striving together with our partners to deliver that.
Again, the message of equalizer. Thank you very much, Håkan.
Thank you so much.
Great conversation.
Thank you.
Great conversation. Thank you very much to Håkan. I have a quick question for you. I'm going to pick your brains because earlier on today we were hearing from Mikkel Brunn from Tradeshift, and he was saying that as a foreigner coming to do business in China, he read a book and there was a list of 10 mistakes to avoid as a foreigner doing business here in China. And he said he pretty much ticked off all of them. So I'm going to flip that around as someone who has lived in Asia for over 20 years. What lessons or pieces of advice would you give to a foreigner coming to do business in this part of the world?
Good question. The first one, I will echo the CEO of Microsoft. I will say you need to be long-term. So if you want to come to Asia and think that you can, in a way, turn around and bring back a bag full of money, don't do that mistake. We have seen so many companies try to do that. You need to be long-term. Number two, you need to have patience. Because if you come here with principles and code of conducts developed in the Western world, and you're entering in, at least in some of the markets we are not operating in China, you need to adhere to those principles, and that means that things will take longer time for you. But there's no other option, so you just need to stay the course. And then the third thing is, look at the talent base and the innovation coming out of here. I mean, Telenor operated in India. We don't operate in India anymore. But the learnings that we brought with us from the telco IT sector in India has changed the operating model in many of our operations. So kind of don't only look at the big names, look at the local talent base and try to get, tap into that.
I think that's good advice. Thank you very much
for
that advice and that conversation. Let's give him a round of applause. And thank you, Sherry, as well. Okay, hands up here if you like WWE, wrestling. Good, we've got a few wrestling fans in the audience. Hands up if you like basketball. 2 hands. Okay, lots more hands for basketball. Hands up if you like football. Lots of hands there as well. Hands up if you like ladies beach volleyball. Yay! Who doesn't like ladies beach volleyball? Come on. Okay, good. I'm glad to see we have some sport fans out there. So we have a panel for you. But before we get to our guests, let's just listen in.
Ticket sales, merchandise, broadcast rights. The sports industry is worth hundreds of billions of dollars.
We've been proactive going to markets around the world which we think align with our brand values and the opportunity to engage fans in new ways. We're trying to pivot Formula One from a motorsport company to a media and entertainment brand.
The digital age has opened the gates to huge growth.
I think technology has allowed us to connect and engage with our fan base, and I want to take it one step further, not just engage, but empower. Social media makes everybody equal.
National leagues are presenting global opportunities.
For the City of London, for the UK to have a team based here that is part of a transatlantic domestic league is an incredibly unique proposition. It's a powerful proposition for stakeholders, powerful proposition for fans. The idea that you could be part of a community that crosses the Atlantic in the digital social age.
Local players are becoming international brands.
This is my first time in China. I'm really excited about to be here. The fans they're supporting us in front of the hotel, in front of the gym, everywhere. You know, like they're really showing us big love.
And Asia is the target of the industry's expansion.
Bringing the live game experience to another country is a great way for our fans to really connect to the game. Seeing the passion that the fans have for our players and our teams, it's just amazing to see how global the game really is.
Let's welcome to the stage Arjun, along with Derek Chang, Chief Executive Officer of NBA China. Give us a wave. We also have Jay Lee, General Manager of Greater China for WWE. Give us a wave as well. And last but certainly not least, Richard Young, the Managing Director of NFL China. Welcome, gentlemen. And Arjun, over to you.
Thank you very much, Mandy, and thank you very much for all of you for joining us on this last session of the day. Now, I know Jeff was up here earlier talking about how I might do some wrestling today, potentially. That's not going to happen, but this panel is no doubt going to lay the smack down. And speaking of smackdown, we also have touchdowns, and we've got slam dunks. The NFL, NBA, and the WWE are three of the biggest sports brands in the world, and they've managed to crack the Chinese market and build a big fan base here as well. How have they done that? Let's find out from the three representatives we have here. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me today. So look, Jay, I want to start with you very quickly. Give us a short overview of some of the steps you've taken here in the Chinese market to find success.
Sure. Well, let me just give you a very interesting stat, right? If you look at WWE, we are a $4 billion business, right? And you look at the overall revenue, and then you look at our viewership in comparison. 70% of our viewership comes from outside the United States. And then you look at the overall revenue in terms of contribution, 30% of the revenue actually comes from international sources outside the United States. And that spells opportunity for us, right? And then you look at a market like China. And what's different for WWE as a product is that we are not actually a competitive sport. We are a sports entertainment product. We're a show. We're essentially storytellers, right? To come into a complex but fast-growing market like China in the media space is incredibly challenging. So first thing we did is 11 years ago, we established an office here. Step number one is to understand the compliance environment. You got to be here to understand, you know, what's the tolerance level for a product that's essentially a piece of Americana. You know, can we build a relevant offering here? Can we build a hardcore fan base that's going to be that can understand our product and be able to follow our storyline? And we did that in 2006. And then starting from 2016, when we understand the framework within which we can operate, we started to go hard. We started to come in here with full force of social media, of new media distribution, following a digital-first strategy, and really looking at where our key audience will be consuming our content. So you really have to be very patient.
And we'll certainly dig into some of those distribution platforms and how you reach the audience there. But Derek, I want to get your views here. When you look at the Chinese market, Jay mentioned there's tremendous opportunity. How do you see the opportunity in China here, and what have you done so far to set up shop and to grow your fan base here?
Yeah, so Arjun, first I just want to say, even though I know I'm supposed to talk about basketball all the time, I am a huge fan of women's beach volleyball. Because I'm from Manhattan Beach, California, and that's where it all is. So I just wanted to start there.
Noted.
But look, we've been in China for over 30 years. We've had a deal with CCTV for over 30 years. And the story goes that our former commissioner came to China with a sack full of VCR tapes and pleaded with CCTV to put it on, and eventually they did. And kind of the rest is history. And so, you know, last year we had, I think, on average, 4 million people watching a game on CCTV, 3 million people watching a game on Tencent. We had 30 million people watching Game 7 of our Western Conference Finals. We have like 30 million people who watch our weekly magazine show, NBA Primetime. So the numbers already are just astounding for us. And I think that as we look forward, how do we take that and build upon that from a brand perspective is what we're really looking at. And we're doing it, and we can get into this more later, but just, you know, from a physical standpoint in terms of basketball academies, kids play zones. We just opened the NBA experience in Hainan with our partners at Mission Hills. And so, you know, it's kind of a online, offline sort of combination that we're doing to be in front of as many of our friends, as our fans as possible. I think ultimately it's really about how you continue to engage with these fans. We have a huge fan base. How do you grow that, and how do you keep that engagement level?
Richard, what's been the NFL story so far in China? How have you approached the market, and what's the opportunity you see here?
Sure, yeah. I think a lot of people are actually quite surprised at how popular the NFL and actually the sport of American football is and has become in China. It's an interesting case study. Our games come in, so Monday Night Football is Tuesday morning, Sunday Night Football is Monday morning, and Thursday Night Football is Friday mornings. So that's weekday mornings. And whereas it's all beers and guacamole and a very communal viewing experience in the U.S., it is an individual experience in China for our fans. And so what we've done is we've made sure that they are able to watch our content when and where and how they want to watch it. So we're very much on mobile. These people are in transit generally. They're going to work. They are at work or getting ready to go. So they need to have a mobile device. We are averaging almost 1 million, well, a little over 900,000 viewers per regular season game, which for a lot of people, that many people are watching in China, and it's grown very rapidly. We also have a lot of people playing on the ground. Interestingly, we have over 100 adult teams throughout China, whereas 7 years ago there was none. And there's a youth participation programs that, while we're not directly involved with them, we assist them. And there's about over 40,000 young kids that are playing. So that's trying to get both of it on the ground and through social media, kind of through the line, bringing people from the on ground to watching on air, and then on air, having them realize that the game is being played in the country. So it's been a nice growth trajectory.
Richard makes a couple of really good points, and I know so it's your technology nut, Arjun. The viewing experience in China, because it's the same for us, right? It's during the morning. People are going to work, and they're watching it on their phones. And so what you actually have to do is you actually have to shoot the game differently than if you're doing it for the big screen. And so your camera angles and that sort of stuff, how you do that, it's actually a different broadcast than what you would get for the big screen. And you customize that and effectively for the mobile device. I think 70% of our viewership on Tencent is actually on a mobile device.
Yeah. Same.
The other thing that Richard was saying is how you complement and supplement what you're doing with your live games with highlights and other content. And so, you know, we did a deal with Weibo a couple of years ago for highlights. We just announced a deal yesterday with ByteDance, so that we're now on the Toutiao and Douyin platforms and Xihua platforms here in China, as well as TikTok globally. It was a global deal. We've been on obviously multiple Tencent platforms between WeChat and Weishi. And I think it's that sort of 24/7 engagement that you're creating with your fans that allows them to, you know, touch the game anytime they want and touch anything around the game that kind of makes that keeps that engagement, keeps it going.
Interesting. I just want to let the CNBC bosses know that I won't be watching NFL in my mornings now that I'm based here in China, just to clear that up.
We'll help you.
Richard will give you, he'll give you one of the free passports.
Well, look, speaking of mobile, the consumer trends are really interesting. You've seen the importance of platforms like WeChat and the payments platforms here, mobile video consumption, as you've all mentioned, platforms like Douyin, these live streaming platforms. So is the consumer here, Jay, I'll pose this to you, is the consumer here different to what you see in the US? And as Derek was saying around tailoring the way you shoot content specifically for mobile, how do you go about addressing that?
Well, we have a similar challenge here, right? In the United States, we have Monday Night Raw, and you have Tuesday Night SmackDown, and our pay-per-views are Sunday nights. So it creates a problem of daytime viewing. But what's interesting about WWE, because it's scripted entertainment, essentially what you need to do is not give away the endings. You know, it's a lot easier to find out that the Patriots actually beat, you know, the Steelers in a game, right? And kind of, you know, making it much more compelling for the fans to want to watch it live. Versus us, we find about 80% of our viewership actually comes in a VOD format. People actually go home and watch it at nighttime and on a big screen experience, right? So what we're seeing is this dichotomy of consuming some of that real content on a real-time basis on a small device, vis-a-vis watching it on a big screen. So this comes into play when it comes to the technology partner you select with. In our case, we work with PPTV, which is now part of Alibaba's family in terms of the overall kind of the camp that they're in. And the PPTV give them the opportunity to actually watch both on a small screen, kind of cut the cord, as well as getting home and being able to use a set-top box and be able to get the big screen experience. And also creates an interesting challenge for us from a social media perspective, because we're actually live casting a lot of the actions as these matches are happening in the ring, right? But we can't really give away the ending. So the short-form videos that we post on Weibo, on WeChat, usually will not tell you who actually won the match. You'll see the highlights of the first couple moves, but you'll never see the Randy Orton pulling an RKO on someone actually ending the match. So that makes the fans want to go back and go order the whole VOD and watch the entire match.
Yeah, I always turn all my social media off after a WWE pay-per-view for sure, in case of anyone's posting spoilers. So for you, Richard, what about the strength of the mobile viewing experience here in China? How have you gone about addressing that?
Well, I've been involved with the sports business for quite a while out here, and when you had not only an exclusively linear television distribution, you had essentially a government cascading series of government monopolies that were the stations. Just the explosion, the revolution, you could call it, of both primarily privately driven online streaming digital platforms, as well as with the mobile device evolution. It has allowed essentially the consumer to choose, which is where we feel very comfortable. When the consumer has choice, everything we do is built around the fact that we believe very, very strongly in the entertainment value. When you invest your free time, you get a consistent and high quality return from the NFL, and we believe that, and we use that to grow our fan base. So, and it allows people to watch how they want to watch. And it also, we were saying, just not the consumption patterns, but also the metrics that we use. In the US, it is the viewership for the live game that is the number one thing. But while we have very strong live viewership and it's growing, the numbers for our video clips to watch, because many people watch a game through we time scale our video clips so that you can watch it in 5 highlight reels. And we average 18 million video views of those videos every week, and over 130 130 million during the Super Bowl. So it allows them to consume it in their own way, because a 3-hour game may just be a 12-course meal they can't get through in a Monday morning going to work. So it changes both the metrics, but it has to be consumer-led. That's the idea, and we've been allowed that with the change in a more privatized media, which drives every league's business. Media revenues is the #1 driver for all leagues generally.
So let's dig a little bit more into that content play, because of course, for all of you guys, content is so important. Derek, have you tried experimenting with localized content beyond just the live games that you show here, and in terms of and the games that happen over in the US? Have you tried to try out some new tailor-made content specifically for China?
We have. We've even got grassroots events here in China. We run a 5-on-5 tournament every summer for the last 3 years, and we take a lot of that content, put it online. We have our junior NBA program, where 3 years ago we started a partnership with the Ministry of Education, where we're now bringing basketball to 4,000 kids, and 4,000 schools, 4 million kids. A lot of that content is now going online also. And so, and then when we have players come through China, and, we probably have, between us and, all the apparel and sneaker manufacturers, we have like 20 to 30 players coming through every summer. We have our China games where we have 2 teams coming in every year for 2 games. And when they're in town, we do a lot of content around that. We shoot a lot of content, and that's what we're putting on. And frankly, more and more of what you see, the games are still very popular, the highlights are very popular, but people just want more. And so they want to see how the players prepare for games. They want to see what they're doing after the games. They want to see them playing video games or whatever it is. And it's that sort of content that, but whether it's in the US or done here, is what we're going to continue to see advances.
What's the most popular way fans are consuming the content for the NBA?
Most popular way in terms of
online?
Oh, I think it's the social media and the games still.
Yeah. And for you, Jay, I know the WWE has taken an approach to localization, specifically on the WWE Network, your on-demand platform. Has that strategy made its way to your China market yet?
It has. In many ways, WWE is an innovator, a market leader in kind of taking the initiative to cut the umbilical cord early. If you look at the history of WWE, the entire business was built on paid television, right, and pay-per-view in particular, and we were able to kind of cannibalize our own business and decide to commit to direct-to-consumer by building a streaming network directly to consumer. And we took the same strategy to China. So about a year after we launched on PPTV, in 2017, we actually launched a paid WWE membership program, a submodel, essentially, and we actually have very, very good response. We're building a very, very core following of fans who are willing to pay 30 RMB a month, which is not cheap at all. If you consider all the content offerings that's out there, and continue to get super served with all the WWE content you can consume. And we feel that we're seeing a general trend of rising adoption of paid content, of SVOD, of premium content, vis-a-vis everything sits in front of a paywall. You get your Raw and SmackDown kind of on a free basis, and then you get all the premium matches and all the original content on a paid basis.
Ironically, about when was it, like 8 or 9 years ago, you guys went down that path?
Yeah.
I was formerly at DirecTV, based in LA, and I was running all the content acquisition for DirecTV, so I had to negotiate with the guys at WWE. They came to my office and they said, "We're going to create this direct-to-consumer. Yeah, we still want you to pay us a lot of money." And I said, "I don't think I'm going to do that."
Right.
But to their credit, they went out and they actually, put their money where their mouth was and created it. It took a little while longer than I expected, but it did.
It's close to 2 million subs now worldwide. and the products will be available worldwide. Of course, in China, you have to adopt and adapt to the local environment. So we can't really run a true DTC model. We have to rely on a partner to put it on their platform to stream. But nonetheless, we're able to bring premium content, WrestleMania, SummerSlam, all your favorite matches. You can go back to look at Stone Cold Steve Austin, all of his classic matches, and you can do search and stuff like that. Exactly, all classics. Yeah.
Of course, the NFL asked me for $1 billion for the Sunday ticket, and I gave them it.
Yeah, that worked as well.
Richard, talk to me about the NFL's approach to Chinese-specific content, because I saw the New England Patriots. They had created very recently, some China-specific content online. So at the NFL, is it a franchise-led approach, or are you driving it from the league?
Well, the NFL has a model that's been very successful, and we move as a group. That said, our success, our moderate success at this stage in China, is definitely getting the attentions of the teams. And the Patriots have been very aggressive. The Steelers, all 32 of the clubs have been very aggressive. Tom Brady creates a show just for China. We also do a lot with local players and local fans. We have a program called Ganbutong, and so football is called Gananqiu, and we use, rather than dare to be different, there's a different, it sounds the same, Hahnemann, and we call it Ganbutong. And so these people tell their stories about why they enjoy the American football and the NFL, and how it defines them, like their watch, their clothes, or whatever, because it is different. It's different than following the more popular sports, and what they find in it, whether it's the strategy or the physicality or the athleticism or whatever it is. And they tell their stories. So that's been. It's almost like they do it in football with Copa 90, I think, and it's been a very fan-led program. It's been wonderful.
So
it's great to see it.
So huge engagement from the fans here.
Huge engagement for the fans. Of course, that drives the clubs. See that the clubs want to engage.
So it's user-generated content.
Yes.
At this point, and
that from China, yeah.
And that's really interesting. That's what's been encouraging some of these franchises to dip their toe a bit more into the market.
Absolutely. As they start to see this numbers coming back from China, and they see that this is, it's growing. It's growing rapidly year on year, and that they're fans. They're strong fans. Russell Wilson has come out twice. Tom Brady was amazed at when he came out last year at the reception that he gets and the recognition. It's it's kind of a nice cycle there.
Yeah. So the NFL, NBA, WWE all rely, of course, on live shows. That is a massive part of the business. For you, Jay, what have you learned from the live shows here in China? Have you had to do things differently than, say, putting them on over in the US or in the UK or other markets that are perhaps more familiar with your home US market?
Sure. In the U.S. market, when WWE puts on a live event, the audience automatically gets it. They know immediately what's going on. They know all the backstories. We're storytellers, right? They know all the storylines behind every superstar that comes into the ring. But it's not the case here in China. We're learning very quickly how to adapt and try to localize some of that content. So we probably need to provide a bit more backstory of why John Cena has that particular chant, of why he is so hated and loved at the same time, but sometimes by the same fan group. And also what we're finding out is that it always helps to have a local element added in, right? The last event we had in Mercedes-Benz Arena this year, we actually had our Chinese wrestlers in training sitting ringside. Another peculiar challenge in China is before you can actually compete, your name have to be on the roster way ahead of time on the permit. Because we missed the timeline, the deadline, we couldn't get them into the ring to perform. But we thought it was really important to actually get the audience to be engaged and understand the product. So we brought them ringside anyway. And John Cena, who happens to be studying Mandarin for the past 3 years, came into the ring and actually paid kudos to all these wrestlers. And in Chinese, he said, "These are the superstars of the future," right? And the whole stadium just erupted. And it's that kind of element that you need to bring to the show rather than take a standard product and hope that it will work.
Interesting. Now, look, there's some markets, Jay, I just want to follow up on this, where you've created special live shows. You had the Super Showdown in Australia.
That's correct.
The Greatest Royal Rumble over in Saudi Arabia.
Yep.
For our East Tech West audience here exclusively, can you tell us if there are plans to have a China-specific main event anytime soon?
Well, for us, of course, I'm all for that, and I'm always putting my name in the hat every year when it comes to tour planning and putting together the Asia tour. I always say, when is the next pay-per-view or TV show coming to China? I'm hoping that with the development of the market, with the growth of our fan base, someday, very soon in the near future, we'll be able to see a Chinese version of the Super Showdown. We'll probably call it something, a tribute to the West, or something that's very relevant and will resonate with Chinese fans here.
And Derek, for you, Jay said there was some learnings he had to adapt to put on a live show. Is that the same for the NBA?
Well, we've been doing it for so long here, right? I think 2004 was our first set of games, and I think this year was the 25th and 2016 are games that we played. We've had 17 out of 30 of our teams, so over half our teams have actually come to China. We're even trying to, I think when you talk about the experience that you're creating, you are trying to replicate what you have in the US because you can't get it here. And so what we do is we create sort of a broader experience, and we bring the teams in. One of the questions I always get asked is, can you bring regular season games to China? And there are reasons why that's been difficult to do. But one of the benefits of actually bringing preseason games here is what we can build around the games themselves, because not everyone can get a ticket to the games. So we actually do several NBA Cares events. That's our community outreach program. We're into schools, meeting with the kids. We have an NBA Fan Day the day before a game in Shanghai usually, and where we bring in celebrities and have fans experience all of that. You know, the players are going around town, and it's just a carnival when they're in town. And so there's this whole buzz that lasts between the two cities for almost a week. And in some ways, it's replicating what we do in the U.S. around our All-Star game, which is sort of the premier event, you know, obviously besides the finals every year, where it's a combination of sort of competition as well as a lot of entertainment. And I think the beauty of the NBA right now, not just in China, but globally, is really that it's become such a lifestyle crossover sort of concept, entertainment concept beyond just the game. So you've got your core fan base who love the game, and then you've got a lot of people who love the NBA as a brand and what it stands for. Even in China now, we've got 200 stores, retail stores called NBA style stores, which is, you know, non-performance wear, but really sort of the black T-shirts with the gold lettering and all that sort of stuff that the NBA really stands for in terms of a lifestyle brand. And so being able to bring all that together when we have our sort of live game experience in China is an important part of what we do.
Richard, it's been a little bit tougher going for the NFL. There's been some speculation, of course, that you'd have your first live game this year and maybe next year. What's been some of the challenges you've encountered in terms of bringing the live games over to China?
Yeah, it's you know, I think due to the popularity in the U.S. and the success that we've had in Wembley and the continual growth that's going on there, there is a lot of speculation. We want to make sure that when we bring the game here, we, one, put forward our best product, and two, we make sure that it is part of a larger strategy, because we have number one, we have a large inventory problem. That's a big thing. Each team only has 8 home games. So losing 1/8 of your home games is quite difficult. And to do that on a year in and year out basis is at this time likely not feasible. I think at some point when you can fly between New York and Shanghai in an hour and a half, then we can do that. But until that time, it's logistically very difficult. When we have, and we've gotten off a little bit later than other leagues, certainly than the NBA, we have less inventory coming in. The games come in, the 1 p.m. games are 1 a.m., 4 p.m. games are 4 a.m. So it's really Monday night, Sunday night, Monday night, and Thursday night games that are our driver product here. So we need to make sure that we're building a case for making the game and the sport in the NFL less foreign. And once we have that strategy rolling, which it's starting, we will put in, at some point, a game, and it's got to be a regular season game because preseason is not our best product. Because of the physicality that's inside of our game, it makes exhibition games or preseason games less compelling.
You got to do it before Tom Brady retires. How many years do you have?
That's right. You never know there.
So Richard, would you say 2019, as the speculation has been, is off the cards then for the first live game?
2019, I would say, is off the cards, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Look, we've got just under 3 minutes left, so we're going to close this discussion now and think about how you move going forward. There's been a lot of talk about what the future of entertainment looks like, consumption looks like, technologies like virtual reality perhaps playing a part in the way consumers begin to watch content as well. Jay, I'll start with you. As you look at China in the next few years, what's going to drive your growth here? Are there some interesting new consumption habits you're seeing or trends that is going to continue to drive growth?
What we're seeing is an increasingly younger audience, right, that have decided to cut the cord forever. And so what we're seeing is their consumption habit moving towards mobile and becoming more and more fragmented. So the opportunity lies for us as storytellers who can actually create a particular match for a particular audience on a particular device, right? So we have the benefit, unlike competitive sports, where there's a certain way, there's a certain set of rules that govern how the games are played. We actually have an opportunity to go out there and actually create a product. We've done that in the United States. We actually created a mixed match challenge specifically for Facebook. And it's exclusively for Facebook. Looking into the future, there may be opportunities for us to create specific matches or wrestling product for a particular type of device, a particular type of streaming platform.
And Derek, your outlook?
I didn't know there was a court ever in China.
That's a good point as well, yeah.
But look, I think what he said was a lot of that's relevant. I think what we are always looking to do, because we're not the technology experts, what I think, though, with the speed at which technology changes is we want to always be in a position to take advantage of whatever that latest technology is and what's going to be big. Because I think our biggest opportunity, our biggest fear is that, you know, you wake up 5 years from now and you were not on a few different platforms or a few technologies, and all of a sudden these kids have gone in a different direction and you're no longer relevant. And that's where you've got to stay on top of this stuff. You know, you don't necessarily need to be expert, but, you know, we can all count numbers and see where the popularity is of the different platforms and what people are doing with it. And how do you take your content? It's no longer just sort of a one-way stream. How do you take your content and produce it and make it accessible in a way that works and is compelling on all these different platforms?
Richard, you can have the final touchdown here. See what I did there?
It echoes what Derek and Jay have said. It's the continual production of quality content and making sure that you're adaptable and knowledgeable about each market that you're in so that you're utilizing the new technologies and the distribution outlets. That's essentially what they are for any product. You're looking at those and you're taking advantage of them. You want to innovate and you want to put forward the highest quality versions of your product, and that product has to be good. But you also have to be very adaptive and innovative in getting that through those distribution outlets.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, guys. That was a brilliant insight into the growth of China for you guys. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Big round of applause for Jay, Derek, and Richard. That was really fantastic, and I love the puns. That was a
they got pretty cheesy there.
Panel. Okay. So you've been a fantastic audience today. I know it's been a long day with a lot of information coming at you, right? But anyway, we have a fantastic evening planned for you as a reward. So let me run through some of the events that we have ready for you. So first of all, we have drinks now up in the reception area, and that is a precursor to our gala dinner, which will also be in the reception area. Now, for the entertainment, we have a very special guest who is only 13 years old, just to make us all feel like underachievers, and her name is Elizabeth Stewart. She started singing at the age of 3 and has since recorded 3 albums, the latest of which won the Children's Album of the Year here in China when she was just 10 years old. So we're going to be entertained tonight by the lovely Elizabeth Stewart. Tomorrow morning, it starts at 9:30 a.m. sharp, so I repeat, 9:30 a.m. And once again, we've got an action-packed, heavy-hitting session of panels for you, including Imran Khan, formerly of Snap. So everybody, we're going to see you out there. I will see you personally. Come up and say hello. Come and say hello to all of our CNBC colleagues and friends. Have a fantastic time. We've got so much for you, including the recreational area in Section 8, where there's all kinds of things like virtual reality, skydiving, and mini bowling, and I couldn't possibly list all the things that are going to be in Section 8, and some of them are surprises as well. So go, enjoy. We'll see you up there. Thank you.
Thank you.